Rodriguez Angel.
Aha, you are there.
I am here, yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, welcome back.
Thank you. We have a lot of panelists this evening, so just be mindful with your audios and videos.
Right.
General comment.
Yeah, and I think we have everyone. So you can start.
Recording in progress.
Do you have the chat disabled?
I believe that was yes. That was taken care of. Yes.
Okay, good.
All right, good evening. So with this, I will call to order today's regular council meeting of Los Altos City Council on Tuesday, September 20th, 2022. City Clerk, would you please call roll and establish quorum?
I'd be happy to, Mayor. Members of the council, if you are present, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Here.
Thank you. All members are present, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I understand that we have a scout or two to lead us in the pledge. City Clerk, can you introduce us, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, tonight we have Tiffany Chow with Troop 60477 leading us in the pledge tonight. Tiffany, can you take yourself off of mute whenever you're ready?
Ready? Go ahead. Yep.
And just go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Start whenever. Yeah, go ahead. Do it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. And how long have you been a scout?
Amy. Go. 2 years?
2 years.
2 years.
2 years. And where do you go to school?
At Loyola Alliance Elementary School.
Yeah. And what grade are you in, Tiffany?
My name's Amy, actually.
You're Amy. I'm sorry. Amy, what grade are you in?
Second.
Second grade. So you started Scouts young. That's great. You have a lot of wonderful adventures ahead of you. Thank you so much for being with us here this evening and for doing a great job with the pledge. Good night. So we had a closed session on September 13th, and there are no reportable actions from that. Next, I'd like to take any desired changes to the order of items on the agenda. And because we have lots of people tonight, I don't see you all at once. This is really tricky. Councilmember Lee Ing, I think you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Mayor. I was hoping that we could move agenda number 14 up earlier to after the at an earlier time to after the hearing, the public hearing, if at all possible.
Okay, I'd prefer to take it after item 11. Would that be acceptable to others of my council members? Vice Mayor is nodding her head.
And Mayor, that was going to be my request to move it to basically item 12 after 11.
Great, then I think we have concurrence and we will do that. So again, for the public's purpose, so you know, we are going to go in the following order. When we get to our discussion items, item 11, then agenda item 14, the Hetch Hetchy license agreement. Then we will move to the commission appointments and then the City of Los Altos nonprofit and civic organization contribution policy. And then we'll move to the other items on the agenda. So thank you very much. Anything else anyone wants to move? Seeing none, we'll move next to public comments on items not on the agenda. And I want to note that we have an item here, and it's unusual to do this, but we received a number of comments about an item from the prior meeting's agenda. And we received those comments after the conclusion of the meeting or after the meeting. So we were advised by city attorney that the proper way to handle that was to acknowledge those as items of public comment that are not on tonight's agenda, but that are in the public record. So that is the reason that item 1 is listed on our agenda here. If there are any other members of the audience, of our attendees who would like to speak, City Clerk, would you please instruct people what to do?
Yes, if you'd like to address this council on items not listed on the agenda, please use the raise hand feature located at the bottom of your screen. And we will call upon you.
And point of order, Mayor, how much
Yeah.
time are we giving the speakers?
Well, so far I see 3 people. So, nope, there's 4. Would you please limit your comments to 2 minutes? And we have Supervisor Simidian with his hand raised. And out of deference to the supervisor, we will let him go first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. This may not be the appropriate moment. I just wanted to indicate that I was on hand and wanted to express my support for the Distal Circle project. Thank you, your colleagues, city staff, and community members who've engaged, and let you know I will be sitting in and available should there be any need or desire to pull me into the conversation. And with that, I'll let you get back to the members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Supervisor. City Clerk, would you give the other members of the public who want to speak, please, 2 minutes?
Yes, we will give them 2 minutes. I'm calling up my clock here. Bear with me. And our first speaker is Cindy Murphy. Cindy, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Would you come back to me? The way that my screen just changed with you, I'm unable to access my comments. So if you could come back to me, I would appreciate it.
Ms. Murphy, you may find that if you press the escape key, if you're on a Mac, that you will shrink the screen back to where you have access to other things on your desktop.
Thank you very much, Mayor. That worked. I'm not on a Mac, but it worked anyway. Thank you, Mayor Inender, and good evening, Vice Mayor Meadows and council members. I hope you all received via email a letter signed by the Los Altos Women's Caucus, the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation, the Los Altos Mountain View chapter of the American Association of University Women, and Los Altos Community Voices, urging you as a council to join us in supporting Proposition 1, Right to Reproductive Freedom Amendment 2022. It's a proposed amendment to the California Constitution. As you know, for over half a century in California, we have had the legal right to make decisions about our reproductive health care, including whether to continue a pregnancy or have an abortion, and whether to choose or refuse contraceptives based on our personal life circumstances, beliefs, and health concerns. These are among the most private, consequential, and complex decisions we make in our lives. This year, the Supreme Court of the United States in Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health Organization removed the federal protection of Roe v. Wade and left it to each state to determine whether we will retain or lose these fundamental reproductive rights. There have been few instances where the need for a state constitutional amendment has been so clear, so urgent, and so widely supported as we are seeing with Proposition 1. The bill to put Proposition 1 on our November ballot passed with overwhelming majorities and is supported by the California Medical Association, the League of Women Voters, and the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, among many others. We urge the council to join us in supporting Proposition 1, the Right to Reproductive Freedom Amendment 2022. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roberta Phillips.
Hi, this is Roberta.
We can hear you, Ms.
Good,
Phillips.
thank you, Anthony. So at the last city council meeting, you discussed the REACH codes and the climate action and adaptation plan. And I know that all of the items that the over 300 residents wrote in about, you approved as a council. Sally, Nisa, and Jonathan approved the CAAP on March the 8th. And it did include forming a task force to fine and give penalties to people who use gas. It did include, if you sell your house, you can, need to electrify it, and all the other things. I was very dismayed to hear that council would not discuss those issues. All they seemed to do was attack people who wrote in and the bar organization who brought this to the attention of the residents. I would like to know how far all of you are going to go in relationship to the climate action plan. Are there parts you're going to ignore? Are there parts you're going to bring forward? And I think the residents of Los Altos would like to know that because we all feel that we should be able to use all our resources since there isn't enough electricity to power all of our cars and all of our homes, etc. And the state law, the governor has the right to, make exceptions, but us as Los Altos does not have the right to make any exceptions. And I find it very troubling that you said what you were not going to talk about, but you didn't say that I will be happy to talk about these concerns of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Our next speaker is Tim Bigelow.
I see, unmute. I got that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Good evening and thank you. I'm speaking in regard to the SFPUC item that's on the agenda, I believe, this evening. And it seems to me that the
Mr. Bigelow.
Hello.
If you excuse me, Mr. Bigelow, if you are wanting to speak about an item that is on the agenda, I'm sorry, but you'll need to wait until that item comes before the council. This section is for people who want to speak on items that are not on the agenda.
Oh, I beg your pardon. All right.
That's quite all right.
Didn't understand that. Thanks.
That's quite all right. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I see another hand raised. Joe Beninado.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Beninado.
Yes, hi. Good evening, everyone. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I'd like to correct the record on the REACH code saga from the last council meeting. As most people know, there were some proposed REACH codes coming from the Environmental Commission that included adopting the Bay Area model REACH codes, as well as some REACH codes around electric vehicle infrastructure that is equal to what we have now or better than that. The stuff that's in the CAAP was not on the agenda. There was no gas ban that was being discussed. There was no penalties for not installing gas appliances. There was nothing about if you sold your home, you had to replace it with gas appliances. Those items are in the CAAP, but they were not on the agenda. The council, if it decided it want to, could ban all gas vehicles from Los Altos, and you wouldn't be able to drive your cars anymore. But they're not insane, and they're not going to do something like that. I think where people are getting confused is conflating the CAAP with the REACH codes that were being proposed by the Environmental Commission. And I fully expect that the council will modify whatever recommendation the Environmental Committee made in conjunction with staff's work that they're doing to reach out to more people and do research on the cost and all those sorts of things in the coming months. So I think it's silly that this misinformation was put out, and I'm glad that staff and Mr. Englund are doing the research, and hopefully we can have a conversation about facts as opposed to the misinformation that was out before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Granados.
I see no one else that hasn't been called on once with their hands raised.
Thank you very much. Those of you who have spoken, you'll want to lower your hands so that we don't mistakenly believe you have other things to say on other topics as we get there. Next, we will take up the consent calendar. Does anyone want to pull anything from the consent calendar? Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull item number 4, the emergency declaration resolution.
Okay. Anyone else? Don't see anybody else. So we will pull item number 4, and we will take that up after we have dealt with item 13 and before moving to the information only items. Okay. All right, moving right along. Are there any other questions or quick comments on items? Otherwise, I will take a motion for consent calendar items 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Councilmember Weinberg.
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the consent calendar with the exception of item 4.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Lee Eng.
I'll be glad to second that, Mayor.
Thank you. City Clerk.
Mayor, did we do public comment on the consent calendar?
We did not, and we, best of my recollection, we usually don't, but when we pull an item, we do. So we will do that. We will have comment on item 4 when we discuss that one. City Attorney, am I forgetting? I don't recall that we usually take comment on the consent calendar.
The public always has an opportunity to pull an item, and then they can speak on it, but they would have to pull it. So
right,
the one item that's been pulled is open for public comment, but the rest of them, you have to pull it to comment. So
thank you very much. All right, City Clerk, would you proceed, please?
Yes, members of the council, if you agree with the motion on the table, which is to approve the consent calendar, all but item number 4, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
All right, we will move now to public hearing on item number 10, the 330 Distal Circle Multiple Family Affordable Housing Development Project. And we'll open the public hearing. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, we have a quick 10-minute presentation from the staff.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to share screen. Good evening, council members. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Radha Hayakri. I'm the city's senior consulting planner. We're really excited to present to you the city's first 100% affordable housing project at 330 Distal Circle tonight. I will be providing an overview of the proposed project, followed by a presentation by the architect and the applicant team. The environmental consultants are in this call tonight to answer any technical questions. And you can see the list of the other teams that have been involved throughout the process for this project to come to your desks tonight. Oops. There you go. 330 Distal project is an SB 330 project, and with the intention to meet the overall cap of 5 public meetings, The city council has reviewed the project for story pole exemption in March. At the Joint Planning Commission, Complete Streets Commission hearing in August, both the commissions have recommended approval of the project as we see it tonight. And tonight's hearing is the third out of 5 public hearings for the project. This site is approximately 0.87 acres. It's marked in the red shape on your screen, sorry. And it is at the western end of the Distal circle itself. The general plan designation for this parcel is thoroughfare commercial, and it is zoned commercial thoroughfare. As we can see in that highlighted parcel, it is currently developed with a 12,000 square foot single-story office building with perimeter landscaping that includes 27 trees and surface parking. The proposed project would demolish this existing office building. It would remove 19 trees that would be impacted by the new development, and it would preserve the remaining 8 trees and remove the surface parking to construct a new building and associated improvements. The project includes a 5-story apartment building with 90 rental units, all of which are proposed, all except 2 manager units are proposed to be at affordable levels. And I will go into the details of the project itself at the end of the presentation, but I want to talk about some of the developments and guidelines that is provided for this zone. I want to bring the attention of the council members to the Housing Accountability Act, because at least 20% of the units in the project would provide housing for households at below 60% of the area median income. The Housing Accountability Act states that the city cannot deny the project or conditionally or approve it subject to conditions of approval that would make it infeasible for the housing at the levels of affordability proposed, unless one of the following findings can be made. Staff has detailed out in the agenda report tonight the reasons for each findings that cannot be made. And for the sake of time, I want to just quickly walk through the 5 of them briefly at this point. The first finding cannot be made because the city has not met its RENA targets. The second finding cannot be made because the city has currently not imposed any condition of approval that would recommend denial, resulting in an infeasible project of affordable housing, and it will not violate state or federal law. The third finding cannot be made because the site is an urban infill site. It is surrounded by urban land uses, and it has an existing functional facility with adequate water and wastewater services. Findings number, I'm sorry, I'm skipping ahead of myself. Apologies. Finding number 4 cannot be made because this project site does not have a specific adverse and unmitigatable impact on public health. We have, along with the consultants, the project will be considered as a Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to the guidelines and standards of CEQA. And finding number 5 cannot be made because the project is consistent with the zoning ordinance and applicable general plan land use, barring the concessions and waivers that we're going to discuss tonight. The city has a certified housing element, and the city is currently updating its housing element at the 6th cycle, and the public draft is available that does not identify the project as a housing opportunity site. The project seeks a design review permit approval and a conditional use permit approval tonight. The project applicants have met with the community members from January through September in 2021, and they will be talking in more detail about the findings from those community meetings after my presentation. The proposed 90-unit residential project has 88 units that are at affordable levels, and it includes 2 manager units that are at market rate. As such, pursuant to the state density bonus law and Los Altos density bonus ordinance, the project is eligible for density bonus, development incentives, and it eliminates the parking requirement that would otherwise be required in compliance with the zoning code. The project site is 0.4 miles to a major transit bus stop at El Camino Real and Showers Drive, since VTA Rapid Line 522 makes a stop at this location in addition to Route 22 and Route 40. Therefore, the project is within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop as defined by the state density bonus law, and it is eligible for unlimited density. Please refer to page 1 to 3 of attachment 4 and 4A for more details. Per the density bonus law, all residential projects that are at 100% affordable units that provide 100% affordable units and are located within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop are eligible for no maximum densities, no parking restrictions. They are eligible for height exceptions of 3 stories or over 33 feet, or up to 33 feet, sorry, and up to 4 concessions. Per the commercial thoroughfare zoning district, for a 0.87 acre lot, and I'm referring to the table at this point, for a 0.87 acre lot, the base density for this project would have been 33 units, with the affordable housing requirement for Los Altos being 5 units. The project provides 88 affordable housing units. The eligible gross density, because of the distribution of affordable housing units, we can apply 50% density bonus provisions. The eligible gross density comes up to 50 units. The additional density bonus units proposed are 40, making it a total of 90 units, or a requested 274% in density bonus that is being proposed as we see the project tonight. This is the general overall distribution as mentioned below. As mentioned before, the project is proposing the 88 below market rate units across the 1, 2, and 3 bedroom unit typologies. All the units, excepting those 2 manager units, will fall within one of the following affordability levels: less than 80% AMI or low income levels, 50% AMI indicated at very low income levels, and 30% AMI or lesser indicates extremely low income levels. And you can see the distribution of 50% of the project, that is 45 units that is proposed, is at extremely low income levels at the design that we see tonight. The applicant is eligible for and seeks 4 concessions for this project, as you can see on the table on the slide. Per the applicant's density bonus report, any design or building standard that leads to a reduction of building area or the total number of units is considered to increase cost and reduce competitiveness. The requested concessions of those standards are: 1, front setback. The standard in CT zone is 25 and the proposal is for 10 feet. The second one is the reduced standards of private open space in lieu of the required standards is 50 square feet average, but the proposal is for 25 square feet average. But the project is providing a very large common open space that we will look at in the slides that follow this. The third one is the upper story setback requirement that the project wants to build out the maximum that it can and to get more affordable housing units. And the fourth one is to reduce standards or requests to comply only with the state Cal Green EV parking requirement and not the local REACH codes. The applicant provides detailed cost explanation for these requested concessions in attachment 4 and 4A. The commissioners, the joint commissions of Complete Streets Commission and the Planning Commission, including staff, recommends approval of these eligible concessions. The applicant has requested 3 waivers that are necessary to the project as proposed. You can see details of the waivers on the table in front of us. Because the project is a 100% affordable housing project with 63% of units at very low and extremely low income households, and because the city is a co-sponsor of the project and the project will help the city meet the RHNA targets at multiple affordability levels, staff recommends granting these waivers to the project. Pursuant to the state density bonus law provisions and chapter 14.28 of the Los Altos density bonus ordinance, any project that is 100% affordable housing project and has unobstructed access to a major transit stop located within half-mile radius does not require any vehicular parking. The project, however, is proposing 90 parking spaces. 80 mechanized parking spaces are shown in the plans, with 8 of the parking spaces at grade, and all of this is on the first floor plans. And I will be showing more details of the plans as we go forward. This special parking is allowed in addition to any requested development and concessions or waivers for the project. I want the council members and public to recall the discussions and the guidelines of the density bonus provisions and the zoning ordinance set forth in the previous slides in mind. The next few slides gives an overview of what the project proposal is in front of us tonight. The first, or the ground floor, is comprised of only common building amenities with no residential units. It will be built out of a mass timber construction. Parking will be provided at this ground level. Total number of 90 vehicles, including 8 at grade and 82 spaces on mechanized parking lift systems. The ground floor also contains a common amenity space, admin office, tenant co-working space, trash collection, sorting, bike locker room for 45 bikes, and other common amenities. The second floor has a 5,530 square foot common open space courtyard, open to sky courtyard, as we can see, and all the units are facing around it. It is tucked away at the rear of this project. The upper floors sit on top of the mass timber system, which will be constructed using a modular unit system that is manufactured off-site and assembled on-site. The upper 4 floors consists of the total of the 90 residential units. The unit distribution is 24 studios, 21 bedroom, 23 2-bedroom, and 23 3-bedroom units. The project's environmental consultant, as discussed earlier, has prepared a detailed study and analysis and made findings to support a categorical exemption from environmental review pursuant to section 15332 class 32 infill exemption of the CEQA guidelines. A notice of exemption has been prepared, and you can refer to that in attachment 2 of the packet. And the development proposal is consistent with the general plan and zoning ordinance as set forth in the staff report. It does not result in any significant effects related to traffic, noise, air, or water quality, is adequately served by all required utilities and public services, and none of the exceptions stated in CEQA guidelines 15300.2 to applicability of the exemption applies. Findings, attachment 1 of the packet has detailed design review and conditional use permit findings that the council needs to make in order to approve the project. I'm open to questions if there might be any going forward. Staff recommends to the City Council to approve this multiple family residential project, a conditional use permit with density bonus, development incentives, and development waivers for the 90-unit residential development project at 330 Distal per the findings and conditions contained in the resolution. In addition to that, I would recommend, staff recommends to the City Council approve the multimodal transportation and consider the project categorically exempt from the environmental review pursuant to section 15332 of the CEQA guidelines. This ends my presentation tonight for 330 Distal project. Thank you for your time with this discussion. The applicant will be presenting more on the design, and we are here to discuss and answer any question that the council might have. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll go ahead and have the applicant present, and I would like to invite Supervisor Simidian, since the county is such an integral partner in this. At the conclusion of the applicant's presentation, if there's anything further that you'd like to say, Supervisor Simidian, before we ask questions amongst council and take public comment and so on, we'd be happy to hear any other comment you want to make, basically as part of the Applicant presentation. So let's take the applicant next.
Good evening. Waiting on, okay, Steve's gonna start this, and Lily is here. There's a lot of boxes, so I'm pretty sure she's here somewhere. Before we get started, just want to make sure she is actually here.
I don't see Lily as a panelist.
Oh, I
Sorry, I
see
just got a
hand
note.
raised with Lily. Can you look into the attendees? There's a Lily, LCIAMMAI. That's her. I think we'll have to bump her up to the panelist. Apologies if we hadn't sent her email.
I see her.
She would be one of the presenters from the applicant side. She's the architect. Thank you for your patience. I think I see her now.
Yes.
Thank you, I'm on.
Oh, there she is. Okay. Yeah, Lily's here, Welton.
All right. Well, in that case, we can get started. Thank you, Rada, for the very detailed presentation.
Mr. Jordan, are you able to move to a slide presentation that will give us a bigger view of your main slide? We're presently seeing the preview in the left column of all the other slides.
Sure, we can fix that. Give us 1 second.
Yeah, just go to slideshow.
Try
on
to
the
hit the
top bar.
present, yeah.
There you go.
Is that working better or no?
No. Steve,
Yeah,
go to
click that one.
slideshow on the top bar and just hit, there you go.
There we go. All right.
All right.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Again, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, for having us. My name is Welton Jordan. I'm our Chief Real Estate Development Officer. I am here with our illustrious team that you see here today to discuss 330 Distal. It's been a while, so good to see everybody, at least virtually. Just to take a step back before we get to where we are today. It's been a great journey so far, and obviously we still have a lot of work to do, but starting in January of 21, the city and the county held a couple of community forums, and then EAH and the county and the city followed up with a couple more in August and September of 22. Can we get the next slide, please, Steve? And this is a short list of a handful of the members of the local community and community at large that we have met with to discuss Distal. And just again, like to reiterate, has been overwhelming support from the community for this 100% affordable housing development. So we appreciate it. And I'll turn it over to Lily for a little bit about the design.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Lily, I know you've seen me quite a few times, but I'm pleased to see all your virtual faces again today and to share our updates to our design to date. Here, I want to orient everyone to the site and just a reminder of how great just this location is. Our site is in the large pink star at the bottom kind of middle of the the map. And we have El Camino on the kind of, you'll see the purple dots. We're just a step away. And here you just see all the great amenities that we have and such great assets, the transportation, the grocery stores, schools, parks, restaurants, the list goes on. So. And then as we zoom in further, here's our site in pink with our primary frontage along Distal Circle. We have the Palo Alto Medical Foundation parking lot and our single family neighbors beyond that to our south. We have the office plaza to our rear or west, and then of course the Carl's Jr. to our north side. You'll also notice that here in our proximity to El Camino Real, here you see a diagram of our site and then the distances to our adjoining neighbors. And then of course, our intent from very early on is to activate Distal. And so we have those arrows along Distal, and just a step away in the bottom right corner is El Camino. So there was such great feedback from our Planning Commission study session. So we're going to go right into our design comments. During our joint City Council and Planning Commission study sessions, we had 3 main design comments, and those were that the bicycle room was tucked behind the multi-purpose room, and it was great. It would be great if we can move that forward. So the request was to review the location for easier access. The next comment was the proposed design has 4 regular similar size bays, and they're very square. Is there a way that we could review for more variability along that Distal Circle elevation? And then there was a request to look at relocating the driveway, the location to the southern corner of the building. So those were those comments. And then during our Planning Commission session last month, we had an additional comment of the bicycle room door. How do we look at it to enhance the usability of that room? We had a door swinging into that area, and the request was to look at a sliding door for easier access. So since then, we've adjusted some items in our plan. Here you see our ground level plan. In pink, you see the amenity area, and then in gray behind is the garage. You'll notice that our bicycle room, right now, we have added that sliding door, and we've located it so that there's a close proximity to that lobby and easy access from Distal Circle as people are bringing in and out their bikes. We've actually kept the long driveway entry along Distal Circle on the bottom right to enter the parking. And really that the reason is twofold. One being that if we moved it to the bottom left where we have the multi-purpose room, it's difficult to kind of turn into that corner along Distal. But since then also fire has asked that we provide fire staging in that area to reach the corner of the building. And so because the building on levels 2 through 5 step back. And so fire has requested that we be able to red stripe that area to allow for fire staging in case of they need aerial apparatus access. We've also made some slight structural adjustments on that level due to structural feedback. And so you see just some minor adjustments to walls and things. And then here you see level 2, the plan. It's primarily a U shape that hugs this courtyard. It's very similar to what we've provided before. And the levels above that are very similar as well, except for that there is an amenity space that fronts the courtyard. Here is the elevation comparison from our last joint planning and city council study session on the top, and then the proposed design on the bottom. And so this speaks to the comment about the 4 regular size bays. So what we did is we went back to look at the units and the massing, and what we did on the bottom elevation that you can see is that we've divided it so that there's 5 bays and there's 2 main large bays on the corners to anchor those corners, and the 3 bays in the center kind of they vary within. In addition, we varied the color. So there's white that sits in the recessed portion between those kind of bluish bays. As well as you'll notice that we have these wood composite elements that kind of go up and down to create more variability and modulation across the facade. Here you see is really what we've envisioned from very early on is the warm wood base and how it engages the street. We also wanted to highlight the plaza with the seating. There's a small plaza there because of where it turns, and then a semicircle as a place of respite. Since our last conversation, we've also been trying to develop the design. We have consultants on board to give us feedback. And as a result of that, we've had quite a few building considerations that we've been thinking about that have influenced the plans and the design. And those are modularity, the structural firewalls, which I mentioned before in the plan, and then fire protection. So here you see the current design on top and then the proposed design on bottom. The proposed design really makes it so that we are trying to minimize the number of custom modules that we are proposing in the project. We also wanted to maintain the character and the massing. So you'll notice that the character and the massing is still similar with the step down from 5 to 4 levels on the right side. And the solar fins are in the same location. But what we've done is kind of made it so that if all the bedrooms that are facing this side are square, and that continue the design around the building. And then you'll see on this elevation is very similar. We have the current design on top and the proposed design on the bottom. And the similar logic of modularity where we're trying to provide the square windows at the bedrooms and then the larger windows at living room areas.
So thanks, Lily. So sorry, I was reaching for the mute button. So one thing that was also brought up at the Planning Commission meeting was the neighbors' comments as a concern, a privacy concern. Excuse me, let me get it out. So we have been working with the neighbors. We've had a handful of conversations with them, and what we'll show is kind of where we are. I think we'll come to a conclusion. So just to kind of step back a little bit. We were looking at the main concern was the window sizes and some of the landscaping. And then some of the building considerations, as we have listed here, is obviously safety, building code, and livability for the future resident. So as a good neighbor, again, just to remind everybody that EAH is an owner, operator, and developer. So once we develop it, we will operate it for perpetuity. So we are definitely sensitive to all of our neighbors and all of our properties. So we are trying to be as accommodating as we can with the neighbors, but also make sure that the building is livable for the future residents. So what we'll show on the next slide is some changes, again, that kind of speaks to some of the modularity, but also with input and discussion from some of the neighbors where we're at today. So we did the column to, I guess it would be my right, with the larger windows, we were able to remove those. And those were the ones that were probably, from our opinion, the most direct in terms of looking at the neighbors. And the reason we were able to do this was because on Distal, and you'll see in another picture, that's a bedroom window and they're getting light from the Distal elevation. So this is the southwest elevation that's essentially facing Merritt Ave or the PAMP parking lot. And this is just again, a visual representation of the landscaping plan that we already have. There will be a fence, there will be some pretty large trees. And this is just from our elevation. There are other trees in the parking lot and trees adjacent to the neighbors. Some of them are evergreen, some of them aren't. So again, we're just trying to be as responsive as we can with also balancing the things that we mentioned before. And what this shows is, again, if you look at this corner here, those windows have been removed on the past parking lot side, but we have not made any adjustments to the distal elevation. It is still the same as shown before. So I think these minor changes show that we are doing our best to address some of those concerns.
We
And I'll
also
kick it back
wanted,
over to Lily.
oh, thank you, Walton. We also wanted to talk about sustainability, and for KTGY and EAH, designing sustainable buildings and communities are very important. And for us, that means incorporating all of these elements very early on. So that goes for the environmentally preferred materials, thus the mass timber base, resource efficient landscapes, sustainable transportation, so the bicycle parking and the e-bike charging. In addition, you know, I know we talked about modularity, but there's so little waste that goes into modules as a result of them being prefabricated off-site. I heard somewhere actually that it creates less than your, you know, the trash from your lunch, which is amazing. So for us, it's thinking about all these resources and how much waste we create. And then we also wanted to highlight this as a view along Distal of the lobby, and then highlighting the mass timber that I was speaking of, but also the solar shading and the fins that's integral to the design, and the thought that, you know, the building can incorporate these passive solar elements to create natural shading. So with that, that wraps up our design portion. I know Red has been quite thorough with her explanation of all the concessions and waivers, but we have a chart here just in case anyone wants to go through any of those items and needs further explanation. Otherwise, that wraps up our presentation. So thank you, and I would look forward to hearing your feedback.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to give this to Supervisor Simidian if you want to make a comment at this point, and then we will go to questions from council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I will invite myself onto the screen now to join you for just a moment. Thank you for the courtesy. I really did just want to underscore my earlier comments. You know, on a project like this that is as significant as this one is, there's a judgment call that my office and I have to make, which is when, where, and how to engage. And very early on, I remember conversations seemingly ages ago with Councilmember Flieger about this particular site back when it was, I would say, just a notion that became a thought and then a real proposal. And I think I've chatted with all of you in passing at various times about the project, but the conclusion I came to early was that we should get your capable staff and our county's capable staff and a qualified nonprofit developer, EAH, to do this work together, and that really my office and I should take a step back and stay attentive and engaged and participate only to the extent of sitting in on a number of the community hearings to make sure that we were directly hearing from our common constituents. And all of that has worked marvelously well and brought us to this day. So I would say congrats all around. Happy to let your city council make its decision tonight, knowing that there's been a process that I think has really been exemplary in terms of public participation. And here we are, you know, at the 11th, 12th hour, whatever it is, with still more in the way of response to community input from EAH, which I think says a lot about the nature of their work and the kind of process that you all have conducted. So thank you all around. And I really do think this is an opportunity to demonstrate that good things happen when people work in partnership, are willing to take the time to engage the community in a constructive conversation, and not just, nod and smile, but hear what people say and respond to it. And I think that's where we are today. And I'll just say thanks again and get out of the way for the rest of the comments. Thanks so much, and kudos to you all.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. And on behalf of both the staff and the council, I want to thank you and your staff for all the work you have done, which has been tremendous. The cooperation working with our staff, working with the contractor. I know, as you said, it has been quite a partnership, and I am optimistic about the outcome. Thank you for being here tonight. Do we have any questions from council for staff or the architects? Councilmember Lee Eng, I think I saw your hand go up, and then Councilmember Weinberg. And then Councilmember Flagger.
Just a few questions, and thank you for the presentation, wonderful presentation. Prior, you shared information on how there will not be any level 2 charging units. And earlier you talked about how we have to ensure livability and better utilization for these developments going forward. Is there a chance that you could rethink having level 2 units to better provide the needs of the residents there?
Yes, I think we need to start with a baseline, and then if there are abilities or needs to add, we can definitely look into it.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was, when do you anticipate construction to begin after approval?
So if the stars align, which they always do in our business, we do have to compete for competitive state funds. The state Housing and Community Development has not released that calendar yet, but our anticipation would be sometime in the spring or summer of next year. So we are going to continue, assuming approval today, we are going to continue along with the plans and getting the development ready to go and apply for the summer HCD Supernova. If that fills our gap, then we will move to tax credits, which again, the calendar isn't out yet. So that would be probably sometime towards the end of 23. And then that would put us into early 24, mid to early 24 for a construction start.
Okay. Then the other question I had is, we've worked to establish a priority list for our housing manager, Alta Housing. And I was wondering if we could encourage you to adopt that priority list as you look at your applicant process.
We're not familiar with the priority list, but sure. I mean, if there's something we can do that doesn't violate fair housing, we're all for it.
Correct. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to staff and to Mr. Jordan for the presentation tonight. It was a very good presentation. Mr. Jordan, I'd like to start off by emphasizing what Councilmember Liang said, especially with the news that California is going to move to all electric vehicles within the next 20 years or so. If you could at least get the wiring in there for EV chargers at every parking space, I think that's what the future needs of the building are really going to be. So thank you for expressing a willingness to look into that. And I hope that's something that you can bring to fruition. Also, with respect to electric vehicles, I know that you are going to provide for electric bikes. I saw that in the materials and it's on the plans. Can you talk about that just a little bit, and with an emphasis on where the electric charging is going to be? Because I understand that electric bikes are kind of a hot item right now. There is an unfortunate amount of theft when it comes to electric bicycles because they're still quite expensive. I know that people are going to want to charge them, but they're going to want to make sure that their bikes are secure at the same time.
So I'm not sure. We haven't dived into the detail on the secured bike parking in terms of, you know, if you're saying exactly where it would go, but the short answer would be it would be in the secured bike parking area. So that would be accessible only by the tenants. So obviously we hope tenants don't steal from each other, but at least it would be secured.
Okay, as you move forward with that part of the design, I would encourage you to reach out to people, to our commissioners on the Complete Streets Commission. Several of them have electric bikes, and I think they have information about what works and what doesn't work in terms of effective locations for electric bike charging. I have a series of questions on the plans that were distributed as part of the packet. And I was wondering if it's possible to get those up on the screen.
Yes, Councilmember Weinberg, if you give me a sheet number, I can pull it up for you.
Sure, let's start with A0.4. Oh, and let me take this opportunity to make a disclosure. The civil engineering plans for this project were prepared by BKF. BKF continues to be an expert witness in a trial of mine that never seems like it wants to end. BKF is not paid by me. It is not paid by my firm. I do not have any financial interest in BKF's involvement in that litigation, nor will BKF's involvement in litigation in any way affect my deliberations tonight. Okay, so in looking at sheet A04, I notice in the notes 1 through 4 on the lower right-hand side of the screen, these notes all have to do with the sprinkler system and other emergency responses to a fire. And the note says that there's going to be a deferred submittal. And it also appears that you're looking for an exemption from the state fire code under 503.1.1, because I guess the hose length would have to be 300 feet or so. I'm a little bit concerned that we have a deferred submittal. Maybe this is actually a question for staff. Is staff recommending going forward with this project, even though some of these plans are deferred, because condition of approval number 17 will cover any sort of missing information here with respect to fire safety?
Yeah, so Councilmember Weinberg, this is Director Zorn. So it's typical when project plans come into development services and what we like to say CDs, construction drawings, that all fire suppression type plans are actually separated and bifurcated away from the main set of building plans, because there is effectively a lot of tweaks that end up having to happen based upon whatever the actual final design of the actual building is when it goes through actual building non-structural and structural reviews. So it's ultimately to get the full fire safety effect that's carried through all of the integrated systems for fire suppression. Now that can be just the actual sprinkler system, or as it's noted in the notes section on that sheet, as you referred to, it actually also deals with the fire alarm system and also the communication devices that are used for the fire suppression. So it's kind of carries through multiple different layers, but that's standard practice at every jurisdiction I've ever been a part of. So I can reassure you that's pretty much best practice.
Okay. Yeah, and Councilmember Weinberg, they will not get a building permit until all these plans have been finalized by the city and building and fire. So they're not going to slip through the cracks, that's for sure.
Got it. Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Jolie. I won't belabor that the fire suppression anymore then. Could we please move to sheet A2.4. So this is the plan for, I think, the 5th floor, the top floor of the building. My understanding is that there was only one staircase that was going to access the roof, and that's the one on the left-hand side of the sheet. But the staircase on the right-hand side of the sheet still indicates that there's stairways going up and down. Is that just, am I misreading that?
You're correct. The stair on the left goes to the roof. You see that in the roof plan on A2.5, and then the right one stops, so you can see it disappears on the roof on this level. But we still need two stairs for exiting, in case one is, one side of the building's on fire. You can always exit the other way.
Thank you. But going back to the previous sheet, the indication is that the stairs do go up to the roof in both staircases, in both stairwells.
Just one. So next page. This is level
Right.
5.
No, I understand that. I see that it's not on the roof, but the diagram in the staircase on the right shows stairs going in both directions, down and up.
Oh, I see. You're correct.
Okay,
It should
so
just be showing, it should be going in the correct.
Got it.
Good catch. It's like, I see that now. We can revise.
Great. Could you please go to sheet A4.1? Could you spend just a minute talking about why some of the windows are vinyl and some of them are metal, and why you would use one as opposed to the other?
Sure. Per the Los Altos design guidelines, we are required to have metal long distal circle. So we're providing metal there. Metal windows are actually really, really expensive. And so where we are not required to, we're providing vinyl windows. I would say that almost all the multifamily projects we're working on, both market rate and affordable, have vinyl windows. They're still double glazed. And I would say that in terms of, the thermal protection and things like, sound, they're just as efficient. It's just metal windows have maybe a slightly different look.
Okay, thank you. Then can we go to sheet L1.1? What this diagram is showing, I really couldn't quite figure it out.
I don't know. Let's see if our landscape, this is basically sharing all the landscaping from distal circle, basically our frontage. And
I'm sorry, I have an unstable internet connection, so I think my question got cut off. On sheet L1.1, on the one we're looking at now, can we please focus in on the lower left-hand corner of the sheet? Okay, so there is, I guess, a trapezoid on the lower left-hand side, and there's an arrow pointing there from a note saying, adjacent driveway entrance refer to civil drawings. Is that trapezoid a part of the driveway for the next door building?
Yes.
Okay, and I didn't see any reference to them in the BKF civil drawings. So I was a little confused by that. Are you going to be giving an easement to the owner of the adjacent parking lot? Or what's going to happen in the future to ensure that there's adequate driveway space and or that your property is not being unduly encumbered?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if BKF is present to answer better than I.
It's a concern of mine going forward because I think it is foreseeable that that parking lot and those medical offices will not remain a parking lot and medical offices. There may be another, the owner of that property may subsequently decide there's a better use for it. If you just sort of have that opening there, I think there's some confusion as to what's going to happen. If you may want to
Oh.
use that in the future, you may lose access to it.
Actually, I apologize. I see on sheet C 3.0 that BKF is saying that there's a replacement of the existing driveway and then a new driveway approach that's proposed. If you zoom in that corner, so that triangle, no, after I think the 28 feet, that's where the.
Okay, and what is city detail SU-9?
Not quite sure. Let's.
I mean, it looks like you're agreeing in these plans to build a new driveway for a different property. And it looks like you are ceding a trapezoidal part of your property to be a driveway for the adjacent building. Is that your intent?
I believe so, but I think maybe we can get back to you when civil.
Okay, if you could, I would appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And then can we go to the last slide in the plans, please, which you had up earlier, TR 1.0. So this is the slide I didn't quite understand. Could you just sort of walk me through it?
Sure. So this is our waste disposal chute vestibule. So what you can see on the right-hand side is the square. That's the vestibules, and those are the two chutes. A tenant would come in, dispose of their waste or recycle, and then that goes down. So it's kind of a confusing drawing in the sense that the right is almost levels 2 through 5, and the left is the trash chute room on level 1. So you can imagine, it's hard for me to point, but you can imagine the two chutes on the right in that square dumping into the left-hand drawing. There you go. And that's the trash room. So as it terminates at the ground level, there's a bigger room that then has the containers. It drops into containers.
Okay, so
so it's like two drawings
side,
in one.
Beneath the vestibule, those are the elevator shafts?
Correct.
Got it. And then the left-hand side simply shows where the red dots in the lower right-hand side of the left-hand picture show where the trash and recycling come down in the basement.
Correct. If you actually in the drawing prior to this, you'll see where the room is located, and so this is blown up on the right drawing in the next page.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. And let me start off by thanking EAH Welton and the rest of the team. I'm always so impressed every time you come before council. You're identifying concerns you heard from residents and how you're directly addressing them. So I really want to thank you and your team. I also want to thank Supervisor Simidian before he drops off. The county staff has been amazing. Consuelo, the Office of Supportive Housing, and of course you, Supervisor Simidian, your immediate and consistent support. So big thanks there. I just have one question for Welton, and this actually follows up well with the questions from Councilmember Liang and Councilmember Weinberg. I was very happy to hear their questions about the EV charging requirement. So Welton, the question for you is whether or not you would consider adding a condition if the city were able to find funding to bring this project into compliance with our EV charge requirements. And I'm saying this with some authority. I serve on the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board, and I spoke with the CEO today. And he is actively working on identifying funding to bring this project up to the local REACH codes requirements. And so I just wanted to check in with you because I think the only reason you're asking for concession number 4 is because it's cost prohibitive. So Welton, something to think about whether or not you would consider or accept a condition of approval related to funding the EV charging points.
So I think just to, thank you for the question. I think part of it was cost prohibitive. And then I think another piece was just kind of, our existing portfolio and the cost of electric cars and how much the people that are actually living here will be making, and the affordability of electric car. I have a lot of questions about going all electric. I love electric cars, but obviously, when 30% AMI for a family of 4 is like $54,000. So it's a layered kind of ask, obviously. So the short answer is, yeah, I mean, if there is funding available that can be allocated to the development, that, yeah, I mean, sure, is the short answer. We just don't want to absorb that cost, kind of commit to absorbing, which would be, I think, as we've shown in various reports that the council have seen, a significant cost increase to kind of wire these parking stackers. So it's not even that we're doing a flat lot and you're putting in EV backbone. You're talking about an already electric using parking mechanism and then making that able to charge a car. So I think there are some other questions that we need to kind of figure out. Size of the transformer is one of them. Obviously, it's a tight site. So we will continue to look at it. And if there's funding, then, let's continue the conversation.
Good to hear, Welton. I'll bring this back up during the discussion portion to see if we can agree on language to include in the conditions of approval. So thank you. And that's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Okay, I'm going to use as few words as possible. I'm not sure how many I have for tonight. It's just a cold. Those are still around, I guess. So thank you, everyone. I won't belabor all the names and titles. So I'm going to want to look at both Mr. Jordan, your presentation, just a couple slides, and Rada, just a heads up when we're done, I'm going to want to see your last slide, but let's go with Mr. Jordan first. So I was a little confused by what you were showing us. You had current design and proposed design on a number of slides. And if I understood that correctly, the current design is what's in the packet and what went to Planning Commission. And the proposed design, which you could argue, well, I guess it's not current unless we approve it. But anyway, the terminology was a little confusing to me. The proposed design are what you did post Planning Commission. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but we didn't have that in our packets, correct?
I did not believe so.
Right, so could you do me a favor and show the slides where you show the current and proposed? Oh, now I'm nervous. We have city attorney on video. Is I not supposed to ask that? Yes, and if you could do, yes, presentation mode, thank you. So current design is what went to Planning Commission and is in our packet. And the proposed design is what you did after feedback. And this is probably so could you just briefly walk us through, because I was struggling with understanding which was which, and so I kind of missed your explanation about the changes. And I think this is important because this wasn't in our packet. So I want to know what we're looking at tonight.
Okay, Lily, do you want to?
Sure. Yeah, we debated the terminology. So sorry for the confusion. Basically, that we have 3 of the elevations. Distal circle still remains the same. We have, since talking to Planning Commission, we've developed the design further after talking to the neighbors and then also consultants as we're trying to develop the design. And in doing that, some of the changes for the neighbor side, we've reduced the windows. And as a result of reducing the windows also, we want to maintain that modularity of the modules being similar where possible. And when and trying to keep them the same, for example, the bedrooms having the square windows and living rooms having a little bit larger because the living rooms want light further into the space because the kitchens are beyond. We're trying to make it so that as we wrap around the building, these are kind of reflected. So so here you'll see, for example, that I'm going to go from left to right. So on the left, you'll notice on the bottom proposed design elevation, we have square windows along that side. And as opposed to on above, we have the small ones and the large ones. And partly is to create that rule set of similarity as we go around the building, because the more similarity, the more that those modules can repeat. So you see square, square, you'll see then you'll notice that in the middle bay, there's two large ones. Those don't change because those are living rooms. And then as you go to the right, you'll have a living room, bedroom, bedroom. So just kind of keeping that in mind as we've kind of had these conversations with both the neighbors and consultants.
And is there a third? Oh,
Vice Mayor, the reason why I popped on was because I was going to let you all know in advance that, and I know this isn't the deliberations and the discussion portion, but usually the conditions of approval will, like, it's always condition number 1, and it says it's going to be in substantial compliance with the plans dated XXX. Well, these plans, so we will need to modify that condition if there's a majority of you that want to go with the proposed design versus the current design, or however. So it will be, we may not be able to reference plans dated such and such, but we could say as shown in the staff report or a certain date or something like that. So that's how we will get, if you want to go that direction, that's how you can get to that that approval of changing the design at this time.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. Isn't there also a third slide of current versus proposed that shows the facing towards marriage? Yeah, that's this one.
There is. And so here you'll see on the left, so we're just going to focus on the proposed design. On the left, it follows the same rules of living rooms and bedrooms. We broke the rule a little bit, knowing on the right side, we're just trying to minimize those windows and working with our neighbors that sit adjacent to this building facade. So you notice that these are smaller windows. They're really the smallest that we can provide for light, air, and safety for an operable window. And then there's just a square foot requirement. So you'll notice that actually these bedroom windows are small, but they still meet the code requirement.
Okay, and did you consider, so those look like regular windows, but sometimes in this situation for privacy concerns, there are sort of tall, high up horizontal windows that are considered, but I don't see those here. So you just eliminated a whole set of windows, and that gets the distal side, then provides the light for those bedrooms.
Correct.
Okay, so let me see, can we stay? Oh, yeah. All right, if we stay, oh, there, that's right. Okay, that's helpful. So this version of proposed is to accommodate neighbor feedback, if I understood correct. So if you go to the first two that we looked at, and you were talking about modules, so that was buying you an efficiency scale, if I understood correctly. So here it wasn't about the neighbors, it was about efficiency of your construction, if I understand.
Yes, I would also say though that actually we have closer neighbors to this side. Our pool neighbors, I call them, they're actually quite close too. So I think in my mind, at least when we're designing this, we're trying to take in consideration all these things, and actually these also address privacy, not specifically Damien or Kate, but neighbors in general.
Okay, but you've also lost some of the visual articulation. You've gotten rid of the metal or whatever the material of those balconies are. Is that correct?
We still have the solar fins for the solar shading, but we don't have the balcony on this side.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to be sure I understood what we had looked at and what was driving it. So I really appreciate you taking the time to walk all of us through that. And with that, I'll just, if I could, and that's all the questions I have for you and Rada. I don't know if you're ready to share. I just wanted to see your last slide again, which was before the last one that said questions. I mean, it was the last slide of subs.
Sure. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, yes.
So this was, I believe, questions, and this was before.
Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, this is good.
Yeah.
So perhaps I missed it, but that middle bullet to me, I don't recall having read it. Recommend to the City Council approval of multimodal transportation requirement for the proposed project based on findings. What is that? What are we being asked to do? That's not consistent with the resolution or what I feel like I read in the packet, but I could well have missed it. What are we being asked to approve?
Yeah, Councilmember Meadows, I think this is kind of a leftover slide from the slide deck that went to Planning Commission. So these are essentially all the recommendations that the Planning Commission and the Complete Streets Commission made to the City Council. So staff apologize, we were trying to be efficient and using previous slides, and that one didn't get erased.
I apologize. Actually, this is the recommendation we had to call out to the Complete Streets Commission, which got rolled over, and I didn't. It's not your recommendation, to be honest. This is
Okay,
not the same.
good. I feel better because I read that and I thought I completely missed that. So you're not asking us to consider that.
No, you all are. City Council is approving the design review and the CUP.
Got it. Thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Apologies.
Thank you very much. And I'm so glad you asked that question, Council Vice Mayor, because I'm like scratching my head and looking in. I want to compliment this design staff. I wish that many of our for-profit developments were as responsive to the comments of our commissions and our community. I think that losing the balconies on the northwest side is a good idea. I'm a little bit confused about the southwest because what I call the left side there, actually, it seems to me, is closer to a house than anything else. And so I don't know whether you haven't heard from that neighbor, but that's the one that's almost tangential in the diagonal corner to your property. So I would think that they would have more issues with that southwest elevation on the left side than some of the people toward the right side, but maybe you just haven't heard from them. Can you comment on that?
We have spoken with that neighbor. I want to say probably when we first got involved with the development, and we haven't heard anything, lately. Or he didn't really have that particular neighbor didn't really have a lot of concerns. I'll just leave it there.
All right, that's great news. So I only really have one other question, and if I don't care whether you put on the ground floor plan view or even the aerial rendering, just something that shows Distal. My question is going to be what I read in the staff report and in the conditions was red curbing part of Distal adjacent to the driveway in order to assure safety. And my question is, where are you staging the trash outside? And will it be in that red zone? And if so, are we creating a safety issue when we put the trash out?
Do we have that diagram?
Yeah. Let me pull that up.
Mayor, I think this is part of condition 1, where it says the applicant shall work with city and Mission Trail Systems to design a plan for waste collection service. So yeah, I don't know if
elsewhere they talk about staging it out in the street. And I just want to know, as of right now, prior to talking to Mission Trails, let's presume, what would be their notion?
Sorry, Mayor, I'm trying to find, I believe there is a sheet that shows the red curving. I just,
Yeah, I'm trying to look for it in the planning
Yeah,
commission.
Steve, I think there is one too about, it's in that arched area or something.
and now my computer just froze. I apologize.
Mr. Golden, I can share. This is Steve Proud with EH. I can share.
Sure,
that indicates. where the
Okay, I'll stop sharing and go for it.
Is this showing on the screen? Is this helpful?
Yes, but you'll have to explain it to me. I'm sorry.
Sure. Okay, so what we have here is the driveway to the right, and the room here that is indicated with the red stripes here. This is the trash staging room. This is where the trash collection and sorting will take place on site. The distance to Distal Circle is too great for the truck to go in and pick up the compact bins from this room. And so we're proposing that staff take them out on collection day and stage them on the street in this location right here to the well, plan left of the driveway here. And I'll show you one more slide here, which gives you an indication.
I missed, that's great, because I missed this if this is in our packet, I didn't see it, so I apologize.
Yeah, I believe these pictures I took from the trash plan.
Yeah, I don't think we had that.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, attachment 5, I'm sorry, it's like 128 pages, but if you scroll all the way to the bottom, there are some.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's what I wanted to know, is where you were planning to put that. So it goes in front of your front door. That will guarantee that someone will not leave them out there any longer than they need to be.
Right.
That's my only question. Thank you very much. All council members have asked their questions, I believe. So City Clerk, can we go to questions from the community, please?
Yes, members of the public, if you'd like to provide public comment on this development project, please indicate so by raising your hand.
And I want to particularly note that Mr. Bigelow, who spoke at the beginning, I think this is what you wanted to speak about. So if you're still with us, this is the time to raise your hand. Wrong subject? Sorry, wrong subject. He wants number 14.
We seem to be jumping between 10 and 11 hands raised. We appear to be holding at 12 now, Mayor.
All right, let's go for 2 minutes.
All right, 2-minute timer coming up.
And then we will take a break, our 9 o'clock break, when this is finished, before we come back for discussion.
With me, and our first speaker of the night is Anne.
Yeah. And Mayor, if I can interrupt, don't forget the applicant's 5-minute rebuttal. Do you want to do that before or after the break?
It'll depend when we get done. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Anne, are you there?
Hi. Yeah, okay, hi. I'm Ann Paulson. And I used to work just down the street from the project site. I had a 3rd floor office with a view of the mountains. And it was fantastic. I loved it every day. It was so great. So I'm very dismayed to see that in the proposal, you're taking that view away from residents in response to neighbors' complaints. It's the best view. And you've replaced those windows with a very ugly blank wall. Our new neighbors will also be residents, and you shouldn't betray them to appease other neighbors. I hope that you decide to put those windows back. That is a really terrible change, and you shouldn't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Roberta Phillips. Roberta, are you there?
Yes, hi, I'm here.
We can hear you.
Yeah, okay, good. So at an earlier meeting, it was discussed the plate heights. And I know that these are modular, but we never got an answer if the plate heights could be lowered, if that was ever looked into to reduce just slightly the overall height of the building. So if somebody could address that, I would really appreciate it, because that was a question in my mind that never got answered. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carl Van Race.
Hi, this is Carl Van Rice, Los Altos resident, speaking as an individual this evening. I am dismayed at the general idea that many protected trees will be taken down as a result of this project. That sacrifice is very unfortunate, so I do hope that future projects that is taken into higher consideration, as it seems to have clearly high weight based on the material packets. I also am curious about more efforts to decarbonize the building. I saw a mention of Energy Star appliances, but not necessarily electrical appliances. It appeared to me that the water heater shown in the pack is a gas water heater. So it would be great to know if there's more effort being put into those being electric appliances, since this will be impacting so many people. And I also agree with the earlier comment about the windows, that I think it would hurt the quality of life of some residents to have that minimum window design shown at that one point. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Vestibule Kramer. Vestibule, are you there?
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay, I'm the chapter secretary of the Silicon Valley chapter of the National Vehicle Association. I want to thank the 3 council members who spotlighted the problem of with the electric vehicle charging situation. I want to call all members' attention, as well as Supervisor Submidian, to the fact that only 9 of 90 parking spaces are supposed to be EV ready. By any measure of the imagination, this is highly short-sighted, especially considering the lower costs of maintenance and fuel for EVs versus gasoline cars. And I want to correct the misimpression that I think Mr. Jordan mentioned, that electric vehicles are $50,000. There are many electric vehicles that cost less than that. I refer you to the Electric Vehicle for All website, electricvehicle.org website, which shows that the Nissan Leaf, after incentives, could be very well under $20,000. And so I am happy to have George Lee of PowerFlex, who installed all 300 electric vehicle charging stations at the K-12 schools in Los Altos, come and consult with the developer, as well as officers and other experts in the Electric Vehicle Association and other areas. I want to also consult about putting in the conduit during construction is so much less expensive than jackhammering up asphalt and retrofitting those things in. So I urge you, electric vehicle readiness and power box readiness during construction. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Leah Cohen.
Hi there, my name is Leah Cowan, and I do government relations for Sutter Health and Palta Medical Foundation. And I wanted to express our enthusiastic support on this project. As you know, we are neighbors of this project. We have a clinic and facilities on Distal as well. And we know that the need for affordable housing is at a crisis level. And what I appreciated about EAH, they did meet with us and listen to our concerns that we expressed, and hope remain on the forefront that access to our clinics is prioritized. But we welcome them, everyone, to the neighborhood, and we are looking forward to working with EAH. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Farmera. Farmera, are you there? She just disappeared on me.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
is this? Yeah, we can hear you. Is this Farmera?
It's Andrew Farmer, a farmer.
Oh, I'll correct that on my minutes. We can hear you.
Thank you. All right, so this is actually Andrew and Kate. We are one of the neighbors on Marriage Way. We'd like to express our thanks actually to the developer, EAH, and the crew there for working with us. We've just, of course, for the first time seen this proposal, which I think will go a long way to helping privacy concerns for the neighbors. In response to some of the other comments, including the one from the lady at the beginning who was on the 3rd floor, we're talking about people on the 4th and actually 5th floor, not 3rd floor. The 3rd floor, you cannot see into the Marriage Way apartments from the images we've been provided, but from the 5th floor, you actually have a direct and unobstructed view into people's houses, in addition to a view. I suspect you actually have a view out of the windows on Distal to the hills to the south, and also not everybody in the world has a view. I think anyway, this is I appreciate what the applicant has done to try to come to some reasonable accommodation between us all, and I hope the city will approve it as they have proposed, and that will help us all, I think will be a great place for everybody to live. I just throw out there for the Palo Alto Medical Foundation as our neighbors too. If there's any way for you to be involved in helping perhaps with trees that might help block the view on Marriage Way, that might also help both the developer and us. If there's a way to think about that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ingrid Granados. Ingrid, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Destination Home and in support of the proposed development at 330 Distal Circle. We really encourage the city to vote in favor of this proposal and to move forward with this affordable multifamily housing project. Our partners at EAH have the experience and successful track record to build and manage quality housing for our neighbors. And as you've heard this evening, they have taken great care in the design of this development. This is a beautiful new development that will create 90 urgently needed affordable housing units. And we are in desperate need of this housing. That will, not only that, but this building will also become a huge asset to our neighborhood and the city. It is vital that we move forward with this much needed affordable housing in Santa Clara County. And I just want to thank you for your time and consideration for your work on this vital part of our collective work to end and prevent homelessness throughout the county. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Damien.
Hello, I am one of the other neighbors that also been working with EHA Housing on this project regarding the privacy concerns. To put it in perspective, I remodeled my property about 2 years ago, meeting the Los Altos City Code. The California Code obviously changed that to be able to accommodate to affordable housing, and this is how this development it's allowed now. We've been going back and forth on what can we do to reduce the privacy considerations, and I'm actually pleased to see the reduced windows. It's also the first time that I'm seeing them, and I think that's fair. And for those other Los Altos resident that says, well, I think we should put the bigger windows back, I would like to ask you, how would you feel if all of a sudden, from one day to the next, you have a 5-story building peering down into your bedroom where you cannot actually walk in whatever clothing or lack thereof that you have on, right? Just privacy, right? So overall, I'm actually happy where we are landing. It's not a perfect, it's not, as I said, it's going to be a 5-story building from a privacy concern, but I'm actually pleased. Also, EJ Housing is going to be working on adding some additional trees, etc., working on that. I don't believe that was discussed as well, so that's something that we're working with them on getting that addressed. So I'm adding some additional screening there. So I think where we are, it's a valid compromise. So I'm pleased overall. The one food for thought for the council is making sure that street parking will be enforced. I don't believe the amount of parking provided, etc., mechanized parking, etc., will be sufficient. So we enforce the city code correctly as currently stated. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Renee Rashid. Renee, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Perfect, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Renee Rashid. I just wanted to make a quick comment to express my support for this affordable housing project in Los Altos. I'm looking forward to it getting approved. I do wish that the clerestory windows, as Vice Mayor Meadows pointed out, could have been provided in those units where those big windows were taken away to still give the light for those residents could have been provided, but I do express my support for this project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janine Valadez. Janine, are you there?
Yes, the unmute just showed up. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for your time. Overall, I want to express my support for the development. I always have, and as it has evolved, I mostly continue my support. I am sad that we have lost the modularity on the parking mechanism so that down the road, when we are a more walkable city, we can trade parking away for more housing, but it is what it is. On the windows, I have a pretty strong concern. I align with Ms. Paulson. I believe that, you know, trading light and a view, whether that view is of sky or of mountains, is sad that we always make poor people pay the cost. I think there are solutions. For example, if the concern, as the other commenter mentioned, is really for the 4th and 5th floors, there certainly could be a variation of the window, of the metal window fins, something that's beneath the windows and perhaps slotted and slanted, not slotted for view, but slotted diagonally and slanted, that would prevent looking down if somebody is so inclined into somebody's backyard, but still give you a view of the sky and the mountains. I think there are solutions that could be put in. I've seen them in cityscapes that would work and ameliorate that concern. Frosting is great for light, not good for views. And then clerestory windows, same thing, great for light, great for blue sky, not great for views. I just hope that a solution can be found to return some light. And then finally, I think that there is a legacy of 2-story houses in our city that prevent me from walking in underwear in my backyard and even in my bedroom. So I think it's unreasonable to demand that from every new development. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Waldman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you. I wanted to say I'm very happy that some members of our city council asked about electric vehicles and that some of the callers have too. As we know, 2035, our state is not going to allow new gas-powered vehicles to be sold. So I think anything that can be done to at least ready the new building for the inevitable is a good thing. I was a little saddened. I don't remember how many trees are going to be removed, but I would love to see a commitment from the city to put in new trees. As I look around, our current trees are suffering. They haven't had enough water. So I'd love to see that in lieu of these trees that are going to be removed, could we put in some native trees throughout the city to make up for it? And finally, I'm happy to hear that the neighbors are happy that people will not be looking in on them. I know that, I think it was the previous caller said that she has 2-story buildings near her that people can look into her property, but we're talking a 5-story building looking into existing homeowners who paid a lot of money for their houses. So I'm very happy to hear that their privacy will be protected. And that's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Masahina Varam.
Yes, hello. It's Roberta Phillips. And I just want to echo Leah's support for the project.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're having poor audio connection with your, or is it just?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, the name is Vahram Masahian from Sutter Health. I work in facility and property services, and I just want to echo Leah, our support for the project. Just a couple of notes. When a construction management plan is available, we would like to take a look at that just to coordinate with the contractor around our operations with our parking lot and the clinic next door, and if working with the contractor, having some sort of a line of communication would be great to have, and just follow up on the comment that was raised by Council Member Weinberg about a potential encroachment issue. If there is one, obviously we'd like to meet and talk through that. That's news to us. So I guess we'll work offline with the project team if there's an issue there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Beninato.
Hi, good evening, Joe Beninato. I'll try to be brief. I really love this project, and I'm very excited that 90 new residences will be in Los Altos. Agree with the comments from Ann Paulson and others about the view. If you've ever been in some of the taller buildings, like in downtown Mountain View, that view to the Southwest Hills is gorgeous. And it's such a shame that there's now just a flat wall with no windows there. There must be a way to solve this, either putting in clear story windows, as Renee mentioned, or even, windows that start at 6 feet. So people can't, unless they're really tall, can't look down. They can only look across or up. Or the louver idea, there's got to be some way to protect that. That's $1 million view, and it'd be such a shame to lose that on these residences. Finally, a number of comments around electrification. Mr. Jordan, please pre-wire this building for electric vehicles for 90 spots. In 2035, it's very possible that gas cars will be banned. That's probably 10 years from when this project will finally be occupied fully, and it's not that far away. If you do it now, it's a huge cost savings over trying to retrofit it later, as somebody else mentioned. So please do it now. It's very inexpensive, even if it's not chargers, it's just outlets, level 2 outlets. That's a great way to avoid the cost in the future. Thanks for your time.
Our next speaker is Sanja Kelly.
Hi, first, I want to express my support for this project, and I'm delighted that it is in our community. But like several others have expressed, I'm personally dismayed about the plans to reduce the size of the windows get rid of the balconies and such. I mean, I'm sure that it was considered, but I do wonder like about the quality of life of our new neighbors, of the new residents, and being able to have natural life. The effect that this may have on their psychological well-being is something that really needs to be considered. Because I mean, the connection between access to natural light and mental well-being is well documented. So I do wonder, and pardon me for even saying this, like whether we're even having this conversation because this is a low income or development. Because if this was some sort of high development condo building, I don't think that we would be having it. And I hope that we're not making these trade-offs just because this is going to be housing for lower income residents. So again, I would really urge this council to consider different alternatives. But again, I'm very supportive of the project and I hope that we can find a solution. Thank you.
Mayor, I see no further folks with their hands raised.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. And we have time, I think. Let's go ahead and give our applicant a chance to respond as you see fit to any of what you've just heard.
Sure. I took notes. They are not in the greatest of handwriting, but let me try to just address a couple of things as best that I can. So first, I just want to be clear that maybe we weren't as clear in the presentation. The windows that are being removed are not eliminating light from those units. They're eliminating a window from one side of that corner. So there will be very large windows that face Distal Circle so they still will have a very nice view. They still will be a lot of natural light in those units. And the bedrooms that are adjacent to the windows that we are proposing to remove are functional. They meet the code. They're still pretty large, and you still will be able to see. So I think where we landed again, trying to be a good neighbor and also provide a quality of life to our future residents, I think we've met it. And so I'll just leave that there. On the other side, we hear everybody about EV charging. I just want to make another clarification. I wasn't stating that the cars cost $50,000. That's how much annually a family of four needs to make to live here. So I think you just want to understand who's living here from a qualification perspective. Half of the units will be at 30%. Again, a family of four is about $55,000 a year. It's not a lot of money for them to afford cars, period. Not electric, gas, or anything. And we're providing 90 spaces, which are 90 more than we're kind of legally need to provide. So it's kind of like the no good deed goes unpunished. So now we're saying, hey, we got to provide 90 spaces, and now we have to electrify them. So we definitely hear it. We know that this is something that the council and the community wants. We'll continue to look into it like we have everything else. We've been responsive to all other requests and concerns and things of that nature. So we're not going to stop there. Besides that, I think we're happy with where we're at. We appreciate all the support from the community, and thanks again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. I think with that, and with your being succinct in your comments, we take a break at 9 o'clock. So let's come back at 9:10 for discussion.
Recording stopped.
comments? Who'd like to lead? Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
With your spare words, and I'm so sorry, you sound terrible. I'm so sorry, Sally.
It's okay. I think it is just a cold. I keep testing negative. But just wanted to declare that. So this is really all along been an excellent project. I think you've heard all of us say that in one way, shape, or form. I'm not going to make some of the comments that have been made already that I know some of my colleagues will bring up, but I want to point out that the scale on which we're measuring this project is very different. We're not talking about our usual 15% inclusionary zoning project. This is essentially, as the terminology seems to be tonight, 88 100% affordable housing exclusive of the 2 manager units. So we're looking at a different scale really in terms of how we consider this. So it exceeds on height, but it doesn't exceed on height as much as it could. I think 33 was the state number, and I forget the number, but it's certainly less than 33, and it's consistent with some of the other projects that have been approved on El Camino. It exceeds on parking, again, because when the ruler that we're using is a 100% affordable project within half a mile of a transit station, then they could provide 0 parking spaces, and they're providing 90. So really all along this project has exceeded in many of the standards that they could have provided. It's going to be a huge asset to our community, and I'm glad to hear most of the neighbors have supported are in support of it, and that they've worked so well with the applicants have worked so well with the neighbors. I do want to, we don't necessarily need to do it right now, but I do want to talk about the current versus proposed, or whatever the terminology is, the 2 phases anyway on those, and we don't have to talk about it right now. Maybe we should get the rest of the comments out on the table. But by and large, other than with, again, I want to look at those elevations, and then we're going to probably talk about some of the EV issues, etc. But this really fits all the criteria with hopefully whatever final tweaks we might be able to consider this evening.
So do I interpret it that at this point you are in support of the project, but you still want to discuss the 3 elevations that have a proposed change?
That would be mine, keeping in mind that my colleagues have also talked about the EV and whatever. So I think we have some things we want to discuss, but yes, I'm in sort of support of the project, and I think we're down to a few details.
Okay, so but to discuss those, you want to be able to see the elevations?
Well, unfortunately, I realize that's disruptive, but I mean, I can give you what I remember off the top of my head rather than having them pull it up. And then
I think it would be helpful if you said what you could say.
Yes. Okay. So on the side,
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor and Mayor, I'm a visual person. So if you're going to talk about it, it would be great if I have the visuals too.
Yeah, it's not like we have it in the packet. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have them in the packet. I would just like to get all of your comments and then move to the next one. So why don't we go ahead, Steve or whoever is driving or is able to drive that, Mr. Jordan, if that's one of your folks.
Yeah, we're pulling it up now.
Okay, so while they pull it up, I'll verbalize what I recall that I have seen. So on the shorter side that borders the PAMP parking lot and that looks over Marriage, as I recall, you said that the living rooms do have windows. So the living room, so up top is what Planning Commission's. So first of all, for clarification, Planning Commission has not seen these proposed designs. Correct. because you wouldn't go back to them. So we don't, so we're sort of losing the functional experts design input. I appreciate so did you say that the proposed design down below there's living rooms that have that view?
These are, sorry, just to clarify, these are bedrooms. So these are bedroom windows. These are not living room windows. So these windows that Steve that's floating over the arrow, these are bedroom windows. These are not living room windows, including if you look at the top design, these are bedrooms. These are not living rooms. So if Steve, if you could go down to maybe 2 slides, just so that we're crystal here, keep going to the elevation. So if you look at this elevation, what you'll see along Distal in this corner, these are bedroom windows. So they still will have pretty sizable windows for the bedrooms, and plenty of natural light and plenty of views. So the proposal that we have in front of you for approval, as you heard from the neighbors, Damien and Kate, or something that we've talked, everything that was brought up in public comment, we've already explored. So we've explored smaller windows, slanted windows. It just doesn't, it's not as easy to pull off with the modular construction. And then you're getting into real custom windows. And as a developer, I always have to bring up cost. So it's like it's my edict.
So let me ask then the question, the bedrooms on the marriage side that are skinny, are those in the same unit but different bedrooms than the one that faces Distal?
No, those are different units.
Okay, so so one unit will have a large window facing Distal and a different unit will have narrow windows facing marriage.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and I get your point about the modular and all the other little fancy windows, understood. So if we go to the rear elevation, then that is, to me, this is a huge difference. It loses the design, it's just so much less attractive. I'd say even, the other expanse facing marriage, there's skinny windows, but there's some windows, it's a smaller stretch of building. This really loses a lot in what has happened here. And this faces a parking lot. So I guess you could make an argument that on a diagonal, you might see there's really only 2 houses there. So, I mean, to me, we're going to see this face, the proposed design on that rear elevation down there. Everyone in that parking lot is going to see that face. Those houses are going to see that face. And it's so much less attractive. And I don't think it actually, you still got a lot of windows, so it really doesn't add to privacy. So I think the top current design is better, and because you're not really accomplishing privacy on the bottom proposed design. So so in my mind, but again, we can discuss it, I would stick with the current design here, because that detailing, again, we always look for the articulation and breaking up the mass, and that's what is done in the current design. But on the marriage side, I guess you can get away with the 1 bedroom with narrow windows and a different unit with the bedroom facing Distal, if you and the neighbors are okay with it. But I think on this elevation, that the current design is far and away much better than the proposed. And I don't recall that what the third one really was. I don't think it was. That
one.
So Lily, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Lily, I just want to be just clear. Like Lily has left our office, so she may be on the phone. So if there's like a specific architectural question, I'm not sure if I'll be able to answer it. So sorry to cut you off.
No, that's all right. And I don't really see much difference between these. So I guess the windows, the current design had some narrow windows on the left, and you're making them more consistent. So on the right, they're all square. So I don't think that's a big deal. In fact, it probably, so I'm okay with whichever, the proposed design on this one. I guess I'm okay with the proposed design on that faces marriage. though I don't think it's ideal, but I can take the compromise. And then, as I said, on the other one, the rear of the building, I think the current design is better and faces a parking lot and will be visible to everybody, and they'll appreciate the, I think, the more attractive current design. This
Okay.
is the side view again.
So before we take this down, Vice Mayor, do you have other comments?
No, that was the main.
Okay, so if we can put those back up, and I'm going to go to Councilmember Flagger. Would you start with any comments regarding these elevations, please?
Yes, Mayor. So on the elevations, I'm aligned with the Vice Mayor. So the elevation on the marriage side, I am supportive of the proposed design. So it's not the slide we're looking at. And I completely understand the concern about taking away the large windows. But as EAH explained, those rooms will still get the light from the Distal circle side. So I'm less concerned about lighting for those rooms. And as to the views, I completely understand. But as Councilmember Weinberg pointed out, who knows when the PAMP parking lot may no longer be a parking lot, and maybe there won't be any views for those future residents. And so I'm comfortable supporting the proposed design for this southwest elevation side. I agree with the Vice Mayor on I think it was the rear elevation, that I do prefer the current design. And I'm actually not sure why you changed it. It wasn't clear in your presentation if this was feedback from residents or the Planning Commission directed it, but it wasn't clear to me why you're proposing changing the design on the rear elevation side. So I am supportive of sticking with the current design because I do think it looks better, and we will see it from the El Camino side and also obviously on the northwest side of the building. But one question I have for EAH, do we need to approve all proposed designs and or all current designs? Let me explain. If we were to approve the proposed design for the Marriage Way side, but then want to stick to the current design for the rear elevation, is that an issue for the development? Or can we pick and choose which designs, current design on this side, proposed design on the other side? Can you talk to that, Welton?
Sure. I just wanted to, I think, probably go back to the presentation. So the big reason, or maybe the major reason for the proposed design change on this rear elevation, because again, the distal elevation has not changed from what Planning Commission is seeing, was really more for the modularity. It was much less about privacy. I mean, if you want to look at that as kind of like a secondary or even kind of tertiary reason, you could toss that in, but the reality was just to try to make as many modules as we can, since we're using a volumetric construction method, the same. So we are, again, for compromise and trying to be a good neighbor with the residents, breaking some of those rules on the mayor side. And obviously that is a smaller side in terms of unit outlay. I wouldn't disagree with you that the top looks better visually. From again, just strictly from a modularity perspective, I learned that word today. This is what the major reason for the change along this side was. So I'll just leave that there. But to answer your question, I think what we are asking for is approval of the proposed design, which has some minor changes or some major changes, how you look at, however you want to look at it. And if the council says, two sides we're okay with and the other side we aren't okay with, then we'll have to go back and that will be the approval. I think what we were trying to do was a little bit of poetry in motion. We wanted to show you where we were to get as close to where we are, because obviously some things are going to change as you get into construction drawings and you really dive into site constraints. So after Lily went back to our consultant, they said, hey, here's probably a better way to look at it, as of today. So hope that answers the question. And again, our request is for the proposed design. If the council has a different direction, then we will continue to respect.
There is the responsiveness again, and thank you, and flexibility. Thanks, Welton. And then I think the other issue, Mayor, is on the EV chargers. And, I agree with a lot of the comments that were made during the public comment portion of this item, where I do think now is the time for us to install the right infrastructure. And so I 100% support including language in the conditions of approval, whereby if we are able to identify funding, and as I said earlier, there's one potential source already identified, then EAH will bring the project into compliance with the Los Altos REACH codes. And obviously, if the funding we're able to find is 40,000, then the number of EV charging points would be commensurate with that amount. We wouldn't say, we were only able to find 40,000, but we still expect you to install, the 81 charging points. So I would look for support from colleagues to include that or similar language that would require the developer to install the infrastructure if we're able to identify funding.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng, would you speak first to the proposed elevation?
Thank you, Mayor. I support the proposed designs. I can see where the proposed designs would allow for opportunities to provide more funding to areas that I feel that would be more valuable in having more EV chargers. And I would like to see more level 2 chargers. I believe that the time in which level 1 chargers work is much longer. And when we're going to have less chargers, I think it's important for us to have level 2 chargers. We're supposed to be future-proofing these developments. So I agree that if we can't have more chargers, we need to have more installation of more level 2 chargers to initially start us off. But I definitely feel that as we go through construction, we need to have these the installment of having all these, as Ms. Kramer stated, to have all these in place for when the charges are going to happen. So I definitely feel that level 2 chargers is the way to go first. And I agree with the proposed designs to allocate more funding to the chargers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I find myself in concurrence with my colleagues. On the slide that's on the screen right now, I do think that the current design is preferable to the proposed design. And I don't think I need to say much more than that because Nisa and Sally did a very good job discussing it. I also find myself in agreement with Councilmember Lee Eng. I will say my family has had an electric vehicle since 2014. We only have a level 1 charger. It is clearly inferior in terms of the time that it takes to charge than a level 2 charger would be, because we have had opportunities to use public ones. Let's see, it has some. Level 1 chargers do charge, but I think it's clear that the future is going to be electric cars, more and more of them. People will need to have faster charges. I think if NISA has found some funding to do this, that's phenomenal. What we've heard from the developer is, I think, yeah, if you find the money for us, we're happy to do it. There's a lot more than just going out and buying some level 2 chargers. There's infrastructure involved, and I understand that, but at the very least, to at least get a commitment to plumb to wire for it, even if you can't put in a bigger transformer right now, even if you can't afford to get all the level 2 chargers, to at least have it ready for a building that's going to be with us 50, 70, 100, 150 years. I think that it would be very short-sighted not to make an accommodation for the electric charging that our future society is going to need. I would like to ask one quick question. I accept and understand your representations of all the different strategies and solutions that you look for with respect to the windows facing the marriage side. I'm gonna just ask you to address one other possible solution. I think a member of the public also mentioned it, but what about frosting? I mean, frosting can be a very inexpensive process, as I understand it. You just lay some frosted vinyl over the window, and boom, you've done it. Whether it's frosting the whole window, or maybe the bottom half or the bottom 2/3, would that be a way of preserving the privacy of the neighbors on the marriage side, but still allow that view to come in?
So a couple of things. So one, we had another iteration that had some of the smaller windows. And again, I'm going back to the constructability. And when you put the, kind of skylight, smaller windows, it almost, again, it kind of boils down a little bit to, we looked at windows that are, look at the stairwell, something like that. Putting that in the module, we were told, was very difficult. So it's not that it can't be done, but we would have to look at it. This is a much more streamlined and efficient solution. And, again, the neighbors were happy with it. So, they're still going to get light. They're still going to have excellent views, and they're going to have the unbelievable benefit of living in Los Altos. So we did look at a variety of different ones. This is kind of where we landed.
But did you look at frosting specifically? Because I don't think it's a very expensive process.
Frosting the window, it still would need to be operable. So frosting, just in our opinion, would cause me more to open it. I'd want to open it so I could see outside. So if we put a window there, I believe it needs to be an operable window. And frosting it is just it doesn't really address, kind of the underlying issue here.
Okay, thank you. I understand now. Okay.
And then can we go back to the other one? I think I just want to ask just a nuance real quick, if I may, to the rear elevation, Steve. So Lily is texting me, and I think what we're trying to figure out is, can we do the proposed design and maybe add the decks back so we can use a very similar window solution, but then add the deck so you still get that character?
Looking at it right now, you're adding the deck back in, so you've got the deck and the sliding doors in between two sets of windows on either side. I have no problem with that. I think that's fine. I also said, no one has addressed this yet, but I do like the larger opening down to the garage level. I think it's always nicer to have more air circulating in there than less. But maybe not on the Carl's Jr. side, because then the whole thing's going to smell like French fries. I don't know.
So our thought on that one, just to kind of, since you brought that one up, was really more thinking about safety. Again, if there's a fire, the larger screen would almost make it virtually impossible for a firefighter to get back there. It's already a tight space. So our thought, again, speaking on behalf of the architect, was that this would provide, you still get the ventilation in there, and we have to provide ventilation in the garage anyway. This would, provide a little buffer in the case of an emergency. So again, it was just a thought.
Okay. And the answer is yes, I'm good with putting the decks back in on the proposed side. I think it's a great compromise. Thank you.
All right, I'll go last. Extraordinary amount of work, especially trying to work the modules. I can't even imagine trying to do that as opposed to being able to do a custom design. And so I am fine with the proposed design, because especially this elevation northwest, someday is going to have a building smack up against it. And for that perspective, when we have looked at other buildings on El Camino, and we consider this a rear elevation in what we're doing, but it's actually kind of it's really a side elevation in terms of the adjacent lot. And so someone's going to build something right up to the property line on that next lot. And I'm not sure that this expense and complication of adding the balconies is worth it. Personally, I would rather see you be spending money on improving the interior quality and the amenities for the residents. That to me is more important than what kind of a side of the building we're going to look at driving up El Camino for a few years until that next lot gets developed. So that's my opinion, but I'm hoping that the city attorney can figure out a way we can craft a condition that gives a fair amount of discretion to the architect and EAH in finalizing design for construction drawings that takes care of the niceties of getting the modular units put together. So that's where I am on the elevations with respect to the electrification. I think you kind of have two things. You've got some ground level stuff, and then you've got the pack and stack. And I'm thrilled if Councilmember Flagger's got her hand in a pocket that somehow is going to get us some money to make some electrification happen. That would be great. I'm happy again to have a condition that is very flexible in terms of what funding is allowed and how it is best deployed, whether it is best deployed putting it as fixed stations in where you've got fixed stalls, whether it's installing wire ready for the pack and stack, even if you don't put in chargers for every module in the pack and stack. I think we need to leave that to some extent to any future negotiation that would go on with respect to the grant money that would be available and what's feasible for this project. And so I'd like to see a condition that respected that. That's the conclusion of my comments. Do I have a motion? Anybody want to be brave? Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the council adopt resolution number 2022-XX, entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos approving a Class 32 Notice of Exemption pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and approving the design review permit and conditional use permit applications for a 90-unit multiple family development proposal at 330 Distal Circle, which is included as attachment 1 in the agenda for today's meeting, with the additions of a condition of approval that will obligate the developer to install level 2 charging to the extent that the city is able to work with the developer to obtain financing for level 2 charging above and beyond the 9 chargers that the developer has already stated an intention to provide. And a condition of approval, I guess I can, or obligating the developer
You froze, Councilmember Weinberg. I don't know if you can hear us or not.
the current design.
You froze, Councilmember Weinberg, so you're gonna have to go back and repeat the second condition. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. A condition of approval that permits the developer to use the proposed design elevation for the northwest rear side, but includes the balconies that are on the current design. And am I leaving anything out here?
I think, and the proposed designs for the other elevations, for the other 2 elevations.
And the proposed designs for the other 2 elevations.
As shown tonight, because since they're not in our packet.
As shown tonight during the presentation.
I'd like to add a staff recommendation if I can, council members, just because of actually talking with the project architect, that there are some feasibility issues potentially with the constructability of the modular units essentially. I think we need to put in some language, Jolie, with reference to insubstantial compliance with the proposed design, because there's going to be some tweaks inevitably that need to come down the road. And I don't want everyone on the council to, in 2 years from now, not see what they think is going to come to fruition. It's going to probably be something in between the two plans you've seen tonight. So just that substantial compliance language, I think, needs to be included.
So that would be a third condition that gives staff the authority to approve final building design and construction documents that are in substantial compliance with what we've seen and what our other conditions are. Is that, I'm looking at the city attorney, will that do it? City attorney, you're gonna have to unmute. And I know I've put you on the spot.
Oh, it's it just, my little cursor wouldn't get over there fast enough. No, I think that's as good as we can get right now. I don't think we really want to continue this. At this point, I think there's been clear enough direction about the proposed design and the current design on the one side. So I think we're good. I mean, Nick, do you have clear enough direction? There will be some tweaks. I think there will be tweaks because we don't know how this proposed design will actually work when we start getting to as-built construction plans.
Yeah, it's a novel project for us and we have to allow for that. So if Councilmember Weinberg is happy with that, Councilmember Lee Eng, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I had a friendly amendment, if you don't worry.
Go ahead.
And I don't know if it got cut off when he froze. He did address the level 2 chargers, which I appreciate, but I wanted to see the conduit installed for more the level 1 EV chargers that will be installed in the future. Either that or more level 2. But now's the time while it's under construction to have the conduit installed, if at all possible.
I think it's clear in the intent of the condition, and it'll depend on how much funding we have. But thank you for pointing that out.
Okay. The other friendly amendment I wanted to add, and they were open to it, was to follow our priority listing for the applicants, please.
Right. And Councilmember Weinberg, would you be comfortable with adding that condition that they, to the extent possible,
extent legally possible, yes,
yeah,
because
legally
we have
possible.
fair housing issues that that may come up.
Yes.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
And fine.
Okay, then I'd be glad to second that motion with those amendments.
All right, City Clerk, we have any further comments or further discussion before we go to a vote? City Clerk, would you please call roll?
Members of the council, if you agree with the motion that has been stated here, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes with a unanimous vote.
With great thanks again to everyone. Yahoo. All right, let us move to our discussion item number 11, the AB 481 military equipment use policy. And I believe that Captain Kraus is up to present the staff report on this.
I am, and I believe that Angela is going to be putting my PowerPoint up for me because I didn't feel confident in pulling it up for myself. So let's see if you can pull that up for me.
Almost there.
Thanks, Angel. You're the best.
Trying.
I know you're trying.
And Councilmember Weinberg, if you'd put your hand down, it will help us start from scratch.
And my apologies, council. I thought I was more ready to go. Okay. I believe you guys should be seeing.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Angel. Thank you, council members and Mayor Enander for having me on today. We're going to be talking about Assembly Bill AB 481, which is the Military Equipment Funding, Acquisition, and Use Policy. If you can go to the next slide for me. So why AB 481? So this has been something that actually was passed just about a year ago on September 30th of 2021. Governor Newsom signed 8 police reform bills into law, including AB 481. What AB 481 does is that it increases transparency, accountability, and oversight for the acquisition and use of specific equipment by law enforcement agencies. It is designed to provide safeguards to protect the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and liberties. And then it also was designed to create a public forum to get input and engagement. And I'll talk a little bit later about what public input and engagement activities we engaged in this process. So next slide for me. So how does AB 41 do these things? So what AB 41 requires by law is a governing body, which in this case is council, needs to approve a policy and then an ordinance for the continued use of items that were purchased prior to January 1, 2022. So I think this is important to recognize. This is for items that we already had in our inventory. We're doing a policy approval to give us the thumbs up to continue using these items going forward. What it also does, though, is it requires approval by council for any new purchase of new items that would be on that list of equipment. So if we wanted to go out and purchase a drone, which is considered military equipment by this policy, we would have to come before council and get permission to use funds to do so. So it's the policy right now is for the equipment we already have. We are not right now looking to acquire any new equipment tonight. That's not what we're here for. If we wanted any new equipment, we'd come back to council with that. AB 41 also requires an annual report. So there is the coordinator for the military use program, which in our case would be the range master for the police department. They're the ones who schedule all the ranges. And so they have the best handle on our inventory levels of firearms, ammunition, and some of our less lethals. Our first report we would do in January of 2023. We think it's just better to start on the calendar year. So if this is approved, yes, we would do our first annual report in about 3 months. And then after that, we would do it every January to council to go through. The annual report would include what equipment we currently have, so the new inventory, how we're using it. So basically, if we have an instance where we use our less lethal shotgun, it would be documented and then shared back to council, how we used each of the items that we have in our inventory, the maintenance costs and the use costs of those. So what are we paying for the ammunition that we have to restock? What are we paying for maintaining all of our firearms? Because they do have to be inspected by our range masters. And so that does take staff time and funding for that. There would also be community feedback on the use, and then any kind of complaint that might have come in during the year about either a military policy or any of the use of this equipment. Any of those internal affairs complaints that had come in would also be in that annual report. So council would know what the community's feedback was throughout the entire year on these items. And then one of the main things that we've seen a lot in the correspondence with residents today has to do with establishing a concern or complaint process. So that's part of AB 481 in the law, says an agency has to establish a complaint or concern process. Our police department has established processes for the public to submit commendations, questions, concerns, and complaints. And as you guys know from the Citizen Task Force, we have a lot of ways people can do that. It can be online, over the phone, in person, to LAPD staff, or to our independent intake official as well. So we already have something that has been long established there. So a couple of things I wanted to go through on this slide. Our formal complaint process that is already outlined in policies, in our policies. Policy 340 is our standards of conduct. And then our policy 1020 is where our personnel complaints are dealt with. So both of those policies are within the policy that we have here. And that's in the draft policy that I presented in my packet. It's policy 709.8. And basically it states in that policy that all formal complaints that come in regarding alleged violations of this policy will be handled by an independent investigator. Most of our complaints that come in are handled internally, that we assign it either to a captain or a sergeant to investigate. Certain complaints that come in that are a little, some of them we have hired out independent investigators to do. It just depends on what the complaint is. In this case, we would hire out someone to do an independent investigation into any complaints about this specific policy. And looking at some of the feedback from the residents today that came in, a lot of people expressed concerns about having an oversight or having a formal oversight process as part of AB 41 and part of the policy. However, I took some time today and I did some research. Every other Santa Clara County agency, law enforcement agency, addresses the same way we are in our policy. So every agency in Santa Clara County is using their current IA complaint process in order to deal with this complaint or concern process. So we are doing what every other agency in the county is doing as far as just using the established process we already have in place in order to intake the complaints. And then we can have an independent investigator do the investigation if it comes to that. The oversight is kind of multi-level and it's built in. The oversight is the community and it is council with the annual report that comes forward to you as far as the usage, the cost, the complaints that have come in, allows you on a yearly basis to make amendments or changes to the policy as you see fit. And that's where the oversight is in there. And then the community has the ability to give that feedback on an annual basis during the annual report. And in actuality, throughout the entire year, they could continue to give us feedback as well. So that's just how I wanted to address the oversight concerns that had come in from some community members. Slide 4, please. So community engagement activities, this was a requirement of AB 41, was just to have at least one public meeting to go over AB 41 and the policy. So we did our first meeting notice was back in April. That was going to be 30 days prior to when it was supposed to go to council initially. And then we did provide the full text and everything listed there, all the military equipment, and then our draft policy initially back in April. We had a community meeting on May 12th to discuss the AB 481 law and our draft policy. We had 3 residents that were in attendance. And then they did give us some follow-up feedback after that meeting concluded. And then, as you guys know, this has been on council agenda, then taken off council agenda several times in the last few months. And because of that, there has been some community feedback that has been given at when citizens are able to discuss items not on the agenda. They have shared some concerns about this policy that has been pending. And so we did, between May and September, review those public comments from council meetings. And we did meet with community members to get additional feedback and input. And we used that feedback to change the policy from what we had in that April posting to one you have before you now. So I just wanted to kind of go over a couple things there. you will notice that your draft policy on attachment 1, it's a mess. And I want to explain why it's a mess. It is not just clear, regular typing language. What we chose to do was that we took the original draft policy from back in April and May that we presented and got community feedback on. And we took all the changes and feedback and we put it into the policy. We wanted council and the residents to see the amount of changes that we did make to the policy in response to the concerns and questions and feedback that we received. So anything you see that has a red line through it is something that we took out. Anything you see that is in blue lettering indicates an addition to the original document from back in May or corrections that were made. So that's what the different coloring is there. Because it's in Lexipol, which is our policy where we hold all our policies, it does all the changes in that red and blue until I approve it. And once I approve it, I lose all of that. And so I don't want to approve it until I get, obviously, feedback from council and additional feedback from council members to go through and change anything else that needs to be changed in there. And then it'll be a nice clean copy when we make all those changes. So that's the reason that we left all of that in there. We wanted to show everyone the amount of changes that we did make based on the feedback we received. And then today we're here to present to council, hopefully to gain approval or additional recommendations. Sorry, I'm also sick. So, okay, slide 5. This is our equipment inventory. And I think it's very important to clarify that all of the equipment that's listed in our inventory within our policy, which is several pages of the policy, all that is equipment that we had prior to AB 481 passing. These are the tools and equipment that law enforcement agencies across the state and country have in their patrol vehicles, in their PDs. Not to say we use them every day. We do not use less lethal shotguns on a daily basis. However, these are the tools that we already had in order to do our jobs. What AB 481 did is it reclassified these items that law enforcement had long used as part of our jobs as military equipment. So we don't have any tanks, we don't have rocket launchers on our, that we carry around that most people think of as military equipment. So the equipment that I'm going to go over is equipment that we've had for a long time and that we use as part of our daily operations. And these are not items that necessarily the military uses. Each tool that we already have listed here and that we already had in our inventory was already governed by our applicable department policies, various statutes, state, federal law, even before AB 481 passed. So each one of these tools I'm going to go over, and in the inventory list, it has applicable policies. These are not policies we created for AB 481. These were policies that have long existed. They have controlled the use of all of these different tools. And so I'm just referencing the different policies that apply. Also, what you'll notice with our inventory is that many of the tools in our inventory are actually less lethal tools. Our less lethal shotguns, our 40 mil less lethal platform. These are tools that actually help us to de-escalate situations and give us more options as law enforcement officers. So if you would have gone 20 years ago to an incident where somebody had, a suspect had a knife or some other weapon system, even a firearm, officers were very limited in what tools they could use to respond really to the firearm that they had. Now with these other tools, we certainly will have a lethal option there with one officer, but the availability of these other tools allows us to use different tools and hopefully never have to use our firearms and be able to use some of these other tools if de-escalation tactics don't work and we have to use some kind of tool to disarm someone. I'd rather have the options of using some of these other tools in a critical incident. None of our equipment, I will state this, is from the military 1033 program. We have no equipment that we got directly from the military through that program. We don't currently have plans to acquire any military equipment from the military 1033 program either. And again, any new equipment that we ever would try to acquire would need council approval. So these are some of the major inventory items. The equipment category you see on the left side, That's simply AB 41 classifies equipment in different categories based on what type of equipment it is. We only have equipment that fits into 5 categories. We don't have drones. We don't have tracked vehicles. So we do have a breaching shotgun. We currently don't have anyone trained to be a breacher on the SWAT team. We used to have someone, so we still have the tool. Down the road, there is a chance we would have a breacher reassigned on the SWAT team. So we have kept that equipment so that we don't have to repurchase it later. But right now it is not being currently utilized. Category 10, that's our rifles and ammunition. I will specify that in AB 41 in the law, it states that if you have rifles that are individually issued to officers, you don't have to claim them in this AB 481 policy. However, we don't have enough rifles to individually issue them to each officer. Our rifles are issued to a patrol vehicle. So when you take out a patrol vehicle, it has a rifle that's already in it that's assigned to that vehicle. So since it's not assigned to an officer, we have to claim it in here as military equipment. So you might see that other agencies are not claiming rifles. That's because they're assigned to a specific officer. We do have 2 sniper rifles. Those are assigned specifically to SWAT operators that have special training. Those rifles just have additional scopes that allow them to fire the weapon from a greater distance. Sorry. Okay. Number 11, this is our simunition firearms. What simunition means is that these are our paintball firearms. They look like real firearms. However, they don't shoot real ammunition. They shoot paintballs, and we use these simunition firearms in training. For example, active shooter training. Our SWAT teams uses these extensively when they do scenario trainings. But because they do fire an explosive projectile, which is a paintball round, I did include them in here. I'm not sure if they needed to be, but I wanted to be safe and transparent. Item number 12 is flashbang grenades. We do not have actual flashbang grenades at the PD. We have not purchased any. We do not have any in our inventory. Mountain View PD is the one who holds those and purchases those for use by the SWAT team. We do have practice ones though. So I included them. They do not explode like a regular flashbang. They don't have the explosive component to them. However, I included them just because I wanted to be as clear as possible. We do have a munitions pole. What that is, it's a really, really long pole. It can be very long. It can be used to put a camera on the end so that you can raise it up to a second floor window and take a look at what's inside. It also can be used for the deployment of gas. That's why I included it here. It does have the ability at the end of the pole, it has a strike. So if we were to put a gas device on the end from far away, we could deploy that. It makes it less risky for officer safety. You can do so from a distance. Again, this is a tool used by our SWAT team and trained on by our SWAT team operator. So it is used in those kind of deployment situations when the SWAT commander authorizes it. And then lastly is our kinetic devices. And that's our less lethals. That's our less lethal shotgun. It is our 40 mil that shoots like a beanbag round. And these are less lethal tools. I don't say non-lethal because if used incorrectly and shot in the wrong body area, they could be lethal. And that's what officers are trained in, is correct target areas on that. So these are the basic general items that we do have in our inventory. I am so sorry. The one thing I will specify that we included in this new policy is that if we needed to replace any equipment that's already in our inventory, we put a section in there that says that we could replace anything that we already have without having to come back to council. For example, if one of our less lethal shotguns breaks and we need to replace it, not go from 3 to 4, just go from 3 back to 3, that we could do so without needing council approval. This also includes ammunition. Our ammunition counts are in the inventory, however, those numbers are constantly changing. We have ranges 4 times a year and people go to different trainings. Our ammunition, we constantly have to restock. So we don't want to have to come to council every time we have a range and use some of our rifle ammunition and have to go purchase more. So ammunition or replacement would not need council approval on this policy. And that's why we entered that in there. Okay, last slide, and then I'll open it up for whatever questions you have. Hopefully my voice will get there. So just to close, what we're hoping for is that the council will approve the draft policy, which is draft policy 709, and with all the changes that we got from recommendations from all the different groups. We did try to include as many of the changes as we could. However, there are some changes that we just couldn't incorporate, whether it was based on extra liability it would place on the city. There's numerous other reasons why certain recommendations could not be included in the policy. Certain recommendations, were to take a lot of the language from AB 41 and directly put it into the policy and repeat out AB 41 requirements within the policy. However, that would unfortunately make the policy incredibly long and burdensome to read through. And we didn't feel like that was necessary and that we would just put the applicable parts into the policy. So we're hoping tonight that you will give us feedback and hopefully we can get this policy passed, since it's been since April that we've been trying to get this done. And I will open it up for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Krause. I see Councilmember Flagger has her hand up already, so you go first.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just realized we didn't do the check-in at 9 a.m. about what items we want to continue.
9 p.m., not 9 a.m.
Thank you. That tells you where my mind is. And I know there may be members of the public waiting to hear item number 13, and I can't see us getting to number 13 tonight. So I don't know if you want to do that quick check-in while Captain Krause rests her voice for a couple minutes.
My estimation is that we will not get to number 13. We have to do number 12 because of timing. And I do not believe we will get to number 13, 15, or 16 or 17. And those will all need to just be deferred.
Mayor,
yes.
I've talked with SFPUC as well. They were surprised when I was talking to them. We were still on our first item at 9:45. But they said if we wanted to delay the consideration of this item, they would be okay with that, considering the potential length of this meeting. That, of course, is at the discretion of council.
Okay. I think it would be well, given the number of community people who may be here and who may have been holding on with us this long, that we should at least go as far as presenting the item and taking public comment. We may well want to postpone action on it, given what you've just told us, but I think we will go ahead and start the item.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mayor. I was going to suggest that as a friendly reminder.
Yeah, well,
we could listen to the public comment and continue it to a date certain and then take action.
Let's deal with that when we get there. And let's go back to the queries for Captain Krause. And thank you, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, and thanks for being here, Captain Krause. I hope you're feeling better. I hope what we're hearing is better, and happy to see the chief is here as well. I do have a few questions on the policy, so let me see how quickly I can get through them. First, I want to confirm what is required to be done annually. So, one, we're required to have an annual report brought to the governing body, which is council, every year, correct?
Yes.
We're also required to have an annual community engagement meeting. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. So as we did with this, my thought is that we would have the annual meeting prior to the council to get their feedback and thoughts, and then that would be incorporated into our report. So we would likely do that maybe beginning of January and have the presentation to council towards the end of January.
Great. And then the third thing, do we review this policy annually as well? So in addition to the report that you bring forward, we also review this annually, lessons learned, improvements, and things of that nature.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. On the violation of the policy, so I think it's section 709.8. I know it's been changed going back to April.
Yeah.
A couple of clarifying questions. So if I'm looking at the current language, it talks about suspected violations, not actual violations. And the law is very clear on ensuring that the policy has enforcement mechanisms. And it even mentions the word sanctions. And so I want to make sure that this language is meeting the letter of the law, the bill 481. So I just want to make sure that if it just says suspected, because what about actual violations? Do we need to insert that as well?
I believe the suspected allegations is if somebody brings forward an allegation that we'll look into all suspected allegations, right? I don't want to put that it's only actual because we're going to investigate even suspected allegations. I think is where that language came from.
Okay, so maybe we can use allegations and violations. So then my follow-up to that, then looking at how we're going to enforce this policy, will council be notified of any violations? Will there be corrective actions put in place? And again, I'm going back to how strong the language is in the bill about enforcing the policy. And so what happens if there's we do the independent investigation and there's a violation found? What are the remedies? Will you inform council? And my dog is barking. Will we inform council or will that just be included in the annual report?
Thank you, Councilwoman Flagor. So yes, so we will treat any actual violations of the policy as we do any other violations of any of our other policies. And if any sort of corrective action is needed, whether that be additional training, counseling, or some other sort of discipline, then that is what we will follow. Now, as far as any violations that may occur, if they are serious violations, then it is my intention to know for any suspected violations investigated and the allegations funded annual report.
Thank you, Chief. You're breaking up, and I completely understand there may be personnel or other legal reasons why you may not be able to make some of that public, but that is helpful. And then still looking at 709.8, any concerns or objections to moving up the order of how the public can submit complaints? Captain Krause is familiar with the independent intake officer process we worked on almost 2 years now. And so I think for me, looking at this policy, it'd be important to have that as the first point of contact for any complaints. And so I wanted to make sure, it's okay for us to rearrange this so that if someone picks up the policy, they see that independent intake officer as the first point of contact possibly.
Yes, I'm taking note of that. We can make changes.
Okay.
No, and if I could chime in, I just want to make sure that all the council members that may not be aware of police personnel records and IA investigations, that if the chief has an independent investigation, which we refer to as IAs, which are, and so those are confidential, and the council would not be privy to those findings, those reports, those investigations, except for, and it wouldn't really relate to the military use policy, but there's been some changes to those laws where some of those reports for certain, quote, critical incidents, like shooting at a person or, some serious excessive force charges, some of those reports are now becoming public records. But for a violation of the military use policy, that would not fall into those exceptions to the police officer Bill of Rights and what we refer to as PICHIS information. So we would have to be very careful on what we disclose to the public. So I just want to make sure council's aware of this, and when people start wanting to see IAs or the public wants to see IAs, those are not public records, and there's a lot of it's in the evidence code and they are strictly privileged.
I think it would probably be very similar to what we did with our annual report with Stephanie, where we have the list of what the violation was. We have the disposition. We don't include officers' names in there. And it's just very generalized information,
Yes.
just like we do in the annual report from Stephanie on our complaints that come in.
Yes, and we can always report that. Yeah. So I just don't want public to be thinking that they're going to be able to see these investigations, charges imposed or not, or by, discipline imposed or not. We're not there yet.
No, and thank you, Captain Kraus. I agree with that approach, and I think that aligns with the intent of the law since they're so specific on enforcement mechanisms and sanctions. 2 more questions. If I'm understanding the current draft, you would be required, the police department would be required to come back to us for approval to purchase any equipment that falls within the definition of new equipment, and not to replace an existing, but any +1 or more military equipment. Does that include acquisition of equipment that didn't cost us any money?
Yes. It doesn't matter if it costs 0 money, where you get it from, someone gives it to you for free. We still have to come and get permission in order to acquire anything, not just purchase. Yes.
And then my last question for now, Mayor, is do we currently track use of what's defined as military equipment? To me, that is a large part of this. We're in your annual report, you're going to now have to let us know how these different types of equipment were used. Do we currently track that? And if not, how do we plan to do that?
That's a great question. We have not tracked this in the past. Like I said, this is equipment we have not used much. I've been here 11 years, and as far as I know, we've used a less lethal shotgun 1 time in the 11 years I've been here. So we haven't tracked them in the past. The law now requires that we do start tracking them. The nice thing is we don't use these tools that much, so tracking them should not be that difficult. Our rifles, I don't believe we need to track, just the fact that we took them out to range and practice with them. This is when we are actually using them during calls for service and law enforcement response. So there is not that often that we use these tools. Basically, for ammunition rounds, things like that, to say we use these for trainings on 5 different instances. But right now, if we have any use of force, officers have to fill out a separate report stating the use of force, and that gets tracked separately. I imagine we will just do something very similar, because anytime we use these, it would be under use of force, so it'll just be tracked along with those.
Great, thank you. And I do have some suggested word changes, but I'll save that for the discussion. But again, big thank you. I know this current draft reflects a lot of community input, so really appreciate the time that the PD team took to really incorporate their feedback. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I see the city attorney's hand up. I don't know if she has further comments at this time. Did you have something? Hands up. No, I don't think she has anything. So I'm going to go to my other colleagues. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, we'll go to public comment at this time. So City Clerk, would you please inquire if any of our attendees want to comment on this item?
Yes, if you'd like to address the council on AB 481, please indicate so by raising your hand. That's located in your tool section in the bottom of your screen.
I see 2 members of the public, both of whom have communicated with us, I think today as well as previously. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes, but hope that you'll be able to be more brief.
Our first speaker is Renee Rashid.
Hello, I'm Renee Rashid speaking on behalf of Los Altos for Racial Equity. As you may already know, we've been looking closely at this policy. So I wanted to first of all, thank City Council on giving us time to work on this policy. It's been on the agenda, it's been continued. It takes more discussion to make sure it fulfills AB 481 and secures the safety of our residents. I also want to thank the Los Altos PD on working with us and taking much of our feedback into account in the new draft. We're quite satisfied with the additions and clarifications that have gone in to this draft of the policy. That being said, we do still have a concern in our policy stemming from the requirement in AB 481, which in part D6 requires, and I quote, the mechanisms to ensure compliance with the military equipment use policy, including which independent person or entities have oversight authority. So that's not just complaint policy, right? It goes deeper than that. And so Captain Krause, thank you for touching on that today with the clarification on the independent investigator. We would be on board with this independent investigator, but we really haven't heard of this being used before in police task force. I thought we learned that we always conducted investigations internally in the police department. So this new independent investigator is something new that we have not really heard of. And so we don't know the procedures for who or what entity this would be, how the investigations would be launched, conducted, and concluded, and who would have the ultimate authority on handing out the sanctions for violations. So we feel that, I mean, this was just one sentence included in this policy. And so we think this should have some more procedure outlined for what is actually going to be done here, so that we can get clarity on this and just become really crystal clear on who's responsible and what is going to happen. So we're looking forward to some more discussion around that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janine Valadez.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm a park commissioner, but I'm speaking as a member of the public. I want to personally thank Captain Krause for considering and including most of my previously suggested edits to this military equipment use policy. Whether these edits were incorporated directly or were incorporated in spirit, the effect was very good and in some cases excellent. I also like some of the other edits, for example, deciding to take wholesale the wording of the definitions of military equipment from AB 481 right into our policy. That was excellent. It leaves no doubt that there is understanding of what a piece of military equipment is. And I always believe that while an entire state bill should not be in our policy, that key requirements should be and not rehashed or reworded, because those always open up ambiguities. Overall, the policy has been improved dramatically. I am not going to dispute that, and I'm very thankful to the PD for welcoming the input. However, and I don't mean to sound ungrateful, there still are some concerns. Ms. Rashid outlined the concerns about independent oversight, which I also continue to have. I think, with all due respect to Captain Krause, comparing our method for independent investigation and the oversight, the ongoing oversight that goes with it, that is subject to public, that other Santa Clara entities have, agencies have, or the formal IA departments that other agencies have, it is not a fair comparison to what is being proposed here for Los Altos. It is not a kind of a stable and well-explained process. So I agree with her that much more work needs to happen and more description needs to go into our policy. There are other areas that I have outlined in a submission that I made earlier today. I hope the council will read through those. I don't think the policy is ready for approval. And in particular, besides the independent oversight, there is an issue that I have in terms of there are some military equipment pieces that don't have a fiscal impact. I believe anything in our armory is going to have a fiscal impact in terms of maintenance, inspection, and testing. And so they need to be added back in. I have made further suggested edits in green line form, so they're very visible to the currently proposed draft. I invite the council to read those. Consider beyond that, I think there is still room for further work, and I hope that the council decides that we should at least get one more shot at some edits and before they go to passing an ordinance. Thank you.
I see no one else with their hand raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. So I want to bring this back. And Councilmember Weinberg, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for recognizing me, Madam Mayor. I want to give a very special thank you to Captain Kraus, especially being under the weather as you are, and for that matter, Sally also being under the weather. I know it's no fun to give a presentation when you are not at 100%. More salient, I really want to thank both the community and the department for the incredible amount of work that has gone into this. I know that this was first on our agenda months ago. I know that LARE and Ms. Valadez have both spent an incredible amount of time meeting with Captain Kraus, and Captain Kraus has given that time. I know that our city attorney has also probably spent a very significant amount of time helping to get this together. This is an important policy. It matters a lot to me. And again, I want to emphasize how much I thank the department and the community for working together on this. And I really do think that this is a collaborative, this has been a collaborative process, and we have a collaborative product. I also want to say I'm really happy that the new administration in charge of the police department is continuing the tradition that I have seen of really working hard to work with the community, to educate the community, and for that matter, to educate the council as to what's going on and keeping us informed. It really is a credit. So thank you, Captain Kraus. Thank you, Captain Everett. And thank you, Renee and Janine, for your comments. I do have a couple of small comments and suggested corrections that I want to put out there. But before I do want to briefly address the emails that came in today on this topic. Emails, communications from residents, from members of the public are one of the most important tools that I have to evaluate and decide what I think is in the best interest of Los Altos. That being said, the day of a meeting is extraordinarily busy. I want to read every email that comes in, take every call that I get, and I make every effort to do it. But emails that come in on the day of a council meeting, especially afternoon, there's a chance that I'm not going to get to read it. And I just want to put that out there for the future. As a matter of fact, I had a trial that was supposed to start next week, but it's been continued because of all things by the Lori Smith trial. So I was able to read all the emails today, and I was able to take a closer look at some of the longer documents that came in. But to members of the public, if you can get your emails in by Monday, it would assist me greatly, and it would assure that I'm going to be able to read and consider whatever comments you're making. Okay, moving to the policy itself. There's just a couple of things under section 709.4, which is the inventory itself. Just the numbering needs to be changed. We start off with 709.4, and then the first item is A, 40mm launchers and rounds. The next sub into that is description, quantity, capabilities, and purchase costs. That also is a subdivision A. I think it's going to cause problems. It would be, I think, a much better style, a much more accepted style for the second A to be Roman numeral 1, and then the Roman numerals underneath that would have a different ordinance as well. The other comment I had, I think Ms. Valadez actually addressed this. There are a couple of items where the fiscal impact is not listed. And so one of them is the special impact munition, SIM weapons and ammunition. Right now it's IA, excuse me, it's I, the numbering goes off, but they're in other places, and for other items of military equipment, there's a fiscal impact, but there's none for this one. And then I think I saw the same thing in another one.
Look at my fucking green lines.
Ms. Valadez, thank you. So I don't see it in my notes at the moment, but just for consistency, the fiscal impact should be listed, I think, for all the items that are listed. And then the only other thing I would request is maybe an observation from the city attorney on the question we've heard as to whether or not we are obligated to include more detail on the independent investigator in the event that there is a violation.
No, I don't think that we need to do that because, and I will defer to the chief, but usually when we have investigations of, use of policy or possible violation of use of policy, it really depends on a case-by-case basis. Many times it is an internal IA. And then many times we refer it out maybe to the SO, the sheriff's office, if it has to do with something maybe that, our department, we want independent, or if it's like personnel policy violations, we get independent investigations. But it really, really does depend on the type of what is being violated.
That makes sense to me. I understand that. Could you speak specifically to Ms. Rashid's concern that our policy is not strictly complying with the law?
I believe it's strictly complying with the law. And from my understanding is the other cities that are adopting the 481 policies, they designate the police department as the oversight, because it really does come down to the chief, and the chief has oversight over the police. And if there are going to be investigations, it depends on, again, the violations. And I do want to reserve one comment that I have on the policy that I would like to have, I would like to look into some more. But I can wait till the end when you start changing things. But I'm okay with how the oversight is done at this point.
Okay, thank you. I have no more comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng, I think you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I can agree with some of the remuneration, but I think that also there's when we talk about like the violations and what's going to happen with the violations, I think we have to have confidence in our new chief. I think it's important that we know that the oversight will be given to her and she will do a good job at it. And that is why I am prepared to make a motion. And with the numeration amendments recommended by Councilmember Weinberg. So if
let's hear from the Vice Mayor, and I think Councilmember Flagger had something else you wanted to say before, and I will come back to you for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you know, it's the end of September. This would come, if we prove this tonight, it comes back to us in 3 to 4 months with community input, etc. We really, in my opinion, we should approve this tonight with I think I'm agreeing with Council Member Liang, fix the numbering, get this on the books, and let's talk about it again in January. We're going to do that anyway. We need to get something approved. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger, I think you said you had a couple suggested word changes. Do you want to go through those?
I do, and I just want to say I also support approving this tonight. You know, during the question and answer portion, I clarified that this will be brought back to us annually. And so I'm sure we'll continue to improve upon this policy as we learn more. And so I have all the confidence in the police department and Chief and Captain Kraus to move this forward as drafted with maybe a couple tweaks. But I am definitely ready to approve this tonight. One of the proposed additions would be to section 709.1 of the actual policy. And the reason is the policy itself sits in a policy manual at the police department. The ordinance doesn't. And so I really like the language in the ordinance that talks about safeguarding the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. And so I would love to see just that line included at the end of 709.1, where it currently reads, this policy also provides the public with a transparent view of the military equipment utilized by the Los Altos Police Department. And we'll just add that language so it's very clear in the policy that it also safeguards the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. I think that's strong language that should sit in the policy manual as part of this policy.
Councilmember Flagger, can you just repeat the end of that? I'm trying to write it down. I want to make sure I get it all right. Safeguards public welfare.
It's straight from the ordinance 7.30.010, number 2. Safeguards the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the citation out of the ordinance, please?
The ordinance, it is.
I got 7.3.0.
.010.
Thank you.
Number 2.
Number 2. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. And then I really think it's important to move up the independent intake official to be the first one as that list of ways to contact and submit complaints. And then the last question I have for the city attorney is just clarification. Is a violation of the policy deemed a violation of the ordinance?
No, it would be a violation of the policy, and the state law says we have to adopt the policy by ordinance. So,
okay,
if police officers are going to be violating an ordinance or subject to other penalties, that would definitely have to be like a meet and confer issue. And this law does not go that far.
Okay, so thanks for that clarification. And with that, Mayor, I'm ready to support a motion with those 2 edits.
I have one direction that there is language throughout that says other situations not listed here may also be deemed authorized use cases under applicable penal code and case law, and shall reflect necessary, reasonable, and proportionate use of a less lethal weapon system. I'd like to meet and confer with the chief on that language. I'm a little concerned about the shall in that language, but I would like to be able to talk with the chief about that. And
can we approve this subject to determination by the city attorney after that consultation as to the final language
Yes, you can.
of that clause? Okay.
Yes.
Then I'm going to go back to Councilmember Lee Eng for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that we adopt the Los Altos Police Department draft policy 709 for military equipment use with the corrections suggested by Councilmember Weinberg and the language suggested by Councilmember Fliger. And then subject to the edited language that the city attorney will probably add after she meets and confers with Chief Averett.
And I will second that and thank everyone for all of the work that went into this. And I won't repeat what everyone else has said, but fantastic from the police department, from Captain Kraus, and from the members of our public. So with that, would City Clerk please call or vote?
I'd be happy to, Mayor. Members of the council, if you agree with the motion on the table, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'm going to move, as we said we would, to item 14. And the reason is I would like to get the staff information on the record at this point and take any public comment for people. And I do note we still have 49 attendees. So I do think there are people here that have been hanging out waiting for this, and it's important for us to get started here. So I'm going to turn this over. I'm not sure if this is going to be our city manager or Mr. Hernandez.
I'll start, Mayor, and I believe Manny or maybe Angel's going to share a screen while I give the introduction. I'm going to turn off my video to save bandwidth. It'll be a share screen anyway, so you guys won't miss me too much. The item before council this evening is the execution of a license agreement with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. The SFPUC owns the Hetch Hetchy Trail piece in Los Altos that we're discussing this evening. And through a use agreement, the city of Los Altos is able to have access, use, and enjoyment of the property. Los Altos has what SFPUC lovingly refers to as an antiquated agreement. It's very old. They've been working with the city for a number of years to try and update this agreement to a license agreement that all the other cities operate under. Once the license agreement is ratified, Los Altos will begin maintenance on the parcels east of Los Altos Avenue. Those are currently maintained by the SFPUC. Additionally, the city will bring the Hetch Hetchy Trail east and west sides into compliance with the vegetation management plan that's required by SFPUC. If the city does not bring the vegetation into compliance, SFPUC will. SFPUC works with cities and municipalities on similar license agreements to maintain their property in compliance with their standards in exchange for recreational access by residents or green space. Unfortunately, many of our community members were told the maintenance that SFPUC will require would look like deforestation or would lead to the indiscriminate removal of old growth trees or be a clear cutting of the trail and property. This, of course, is not true, right? I think the positive of the rumor mill, if there is one, is we've been able to talk with a number of people about what the agreement actually is and what it's actually proposing. SFPUC had agreed prior to this council meeting to work with the city to ensure as many trees and as much vegetation is maintained as possible. In order to reduce the concerns and the worries of residents, SFPUC sent an addendum to the contract over last week that lays out the process by which the city could work with SFPUC directly on all trees and vegetation on the trail in order to preserve as much as possible. In reality, this is how SFPUC operates. They've been good partners with their licensees. One of the comments we've heard from most of our neighbors in community meetings is that we should go through the same process that Palo Alto did. That is the process that SFPUC uses. The practice they committed to in Los Altos is this practice. The Hetch Hetchy Trail, as I stated earlier, is owned by SFPUC. The primary concern of SFPUC is a safe and uninterrupted operation of their infrastructure. They have the right to maintain their property in a way that protects that operation. They are offering a license agreement that will allow the city to influence their decision on trees and vegetation while residents still can enjoy access. Not executing a license agreement will threaten access, but also removes the city's ability to influence the vegetation on the pathway. Lost in most of this is SFPUC's primary concern is actually the first 15 feet on either side of their infrastructure. The great majority of the trees and vegetation in question exist outside of this 15 feet. And this is where SFPUC has agreed, first verbally, and now through an addendum, to work with the city to review every leaf on every tree. The final piece I would like to add is that we are spending a lot of time talking about the license agreement as if it's a negotiation. The SFPUC has allowed us to make suggestions and add changes on the margins, but they've been clear that they are not going to update their vegetation requirements for Los Altos. In fact, the reason they are seeking an update to the agreement is because Los Altos has a dissimilar agreement from all other cities, and we are apparently the only city that has yet to move to the license agreement they are seeking. SFPUC did not work to get every city on the same agreement to allow substantive changes to the agreement offered in Los Altos. The policy question before the City Council this evening is whether or not the city would like to execute a license agreement offered by SFPUC for continued enjoyment and use of the trail. Prior to asking council questions, we'll see if our Parks and Recreation Director, Manny Hernandez, has anything he would like to add or any of those slides he would like to go over.
Yes, if council would like me to share the slides one more time, I could do that. But basically, this new license agreement, we are prepared to take over the maintenance once the initial vegetation has been taken care of. We are also prepared, as City Manager England mentioned, we are prepared to work with the SFPUC to make sure that we have the maximum amount of vegetation remaining, and also have a plan going forward for any of the other zones that could have replacement vegetation planted there for it to grow that would not violate their updated vegetation plan. So that's the plan going forward. If you'd like to see the slides or have any questions, we're here.
Council, with your sufferance, I think I'd like to take public comment first. I see some heads nodding. So City Clerk, can we get public comment?
Yes, if you'd like to address the council on this item, please indicate so by raising your hand. The raise hand feature is at the bottom of your screen. We now appear to be holding at 11 hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, can we go to 2 minutes, please?
Yes, we will go to 2 minutes.
I want to, while you're doing that, I want to thank everyone who has participated, whether it's through informal conversations as part of last week's meeting, in individual conversations with the staff, with City Manager, with Mr. Hernandez, amongst yourselves, communications with council, whether written or phone calls or whatever. I know there's been a great deal of interest and a lot of activity, and I want you to know that I'm speaking for all of my colleagues that we appreciate the engagement and the concern about this issue.
Our first speaker of the night is Donald Gardner.
Thank you. I'd like to point out that the Hetch Hetchy documents not only call for no trees within 25 feet of the water pipelines, but they also, and this is not a rumor, that if you look carefully at the document, it says that there should be no trees over 20 feet tall or greater than 15 feet wide that are anywhere between 25 feet and beyond up to the border of the SFPUC right of way. So these two restrictions would therefore result in pretty much all elimination of trees that are along the Los Altos Trail if they are followed strictly as it is written. I'd like to point out it's relatively easy to follow the Hetch Hetchy path using Google Maps and zooming in. I prepared and have sent 2 emails to council with pictures of several parks, greenbelts, and areas along the Hetch Hetchy water line. The first email shows photographs of greenbelts that have been developed over the Hetch Hetchy water line that are examples of what could be done with the trail that goes through Los Altos. I'd love to see a plan that includes the development of a greenbelt as part of this. The second email shows 10 parks and areas that have many 40 feet or taller trees that are likely within 25 feet of the pipeline, and sometimes only 10 feet or even closer from the pipeline. Nearby parks that you can easily visit include the Rex Manor Park right here in Mountain View, and along the length of one side of the Alta Mesa Cemetery in Palo Alto. There's also a park next to the apartments in Rengstorff Avenue with tall trees, and there's some trees next to Target and at Escuela in Mountain View. Stanford also has a bunch of trees on their Foothill Tennis and Swim Club, Stanford Hills Park, and portions that run along Junipero Serra Boulevard. It's also worth noting that the trees do help stabilize the soil and protect the land from liquefying during an earthquake. So it actually does have some benefit in protecting the water lines. And thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Todd Bashi. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Todd, are you there? You have to unmute yourself, Todd. Todd has disappeared. We'll go with Cody Wang. Cody, yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Yeah, I'd like to bring up 2 points. Number one, on the map that was just shown, there's a point of confusion where the same section on the east side of the path, on the east side of Los Altos Avenue, marked yellow, says to be deleted, but there's another subtext that says to be added. So is it to be added or to be deleted? And regardless of whether it's how it's marked, so I, along with many of my neighbors, request that the pathway plan maps to be amended by removing the extension from the Mercedes Avenue to El Camino Real, right? And I believe that many of my neighbors have gone through this back in 2005, and they hired an attorney to fight the same proposed extension back in 2004. And we do not want to go through this again. There's not enough social benefits to justify extension of this bike path. And secondly, on the subject of the trees, I along with my neighbors again, urge the council members to do not sign or approve the agreement with SFPUC today, but instead ask the SFPUC to form a committee with residents to review the issue. And let's include the community in this discussion. And as you can see, like there are 49 people hanging around here for 3 hours just for this. And I hope that you get the social attention here. Give that combined committee time to meet with SFPUC and bring them to the table for discussion. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Greg Stewart.
Hello, council members, and thank you so much, Gabe, for all the work that you've done. I know that handling everything that you have has been a work in progress, and it continues to be. So thank you. I, like most of my neighbors, was apprehensive about the type of work and what was going to happen. Thank you very much for laying out clearly what their intention is. I've kind of come around to the ability to grant the fact that you are going to do the very best job you can at retaining the trees for the neighbors. I have every confidence, and I think that's something that our mayor and council members also would like to iterate, that you're going to do the best job to maintain this area. I would love to see this bike path be restored into something really super positive, something that involves maybe wildflowers and or native restoration. Additionally, I do think that the bike path needs to be extended eastbound onto Mercedes, because so many children do not have a safe route down through Portola, either to Santa Rita or to Egan and or Bullish Charter. So that would be a natural extension. It could provide a very safe conduit to school from the north side of the city. Anyway, thank you very much for your time. Thank you guys for so much of your work. I really look forward to helping whatever the plan is that goes forward to making this a beautiful place. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Sybil Kramer.
Hi, I live adjacent to the Hetch Hetchy Path. I respectfully request that agenda item 14 be postponed to a future council meeting. I feel the city has not received complete information or heard all community input. I also have just received a text that many people who wanted to comment because of the late hour have dropped off and will not get the opportunity to comment, and postponing, so to speak, would give them a chance to raise their voice. Once the agreement is signed, I feel the community will lose all power to communicate with staff. And I appreciate all this work the staff has done so far, but the SFPUC has waited 7 years for the city to sign this agreement. Surely they are able to wait 2 or 3 weeks more so that we can have important questions answered and have more community conversations with Gabe and other city staff. Questions like, where exactly is the pipeline? Before COVID, there were little blue markers in Los Altos showing where the pipe was. Those are gone now. How deep down below the surface is the pipeline? How deep do the roots of various trees go down? And arborists should be consulted on this kind of question. I'm requesting before staff meets with the SFPUC and before the council considers signing the agreement, that city staff meet with and walk the path with a small number of interested members of the public and abutters to go over these questions. And also that important point that Mr. Wang brought up, that extension to El Camino, I feel strongly that that is a big mistake. And I'd like to have public comment on that. So please defer this to a future meeting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nigel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yes. I'd like to echo some of the comments that Cody Wang has made and also Sybil Kramer. In the Complete Streets guide, and specifically the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update on page 96, it refers in figure 17, the bikeway network recommendation, that the path continue from Mercedes to El Camino Real. And there are 3 private, one of the neighbors don't want that. And I want to make that very clear. The neighbors that I've talked to, and I've kind of spearheaded a group of about 30 people, and have talked to the mayor and another council person who has requested anonymity, that it's not desired. Yeah, on May 10th, 2004, Diane Hanna, an attorney, wrote a letter to Jolly Houston. I hope she comments tonight on this. And we spent 6 figures defending ourselves specifically about this extension and also the surface rights of abutters. And after the receipt of the letter, the city voted against doing anything on the pathway, respectfully, and thank you. And also this extension, there are 3 private property groups that have rights to it. The Adobe Animal Hospital, the Holiday Inn, or not Holiday Inn, but the hotel that's right next to Adobe Creek, and also the Mercedes Avenue Condo Association have rights to that. And it would be the reason that the neighborhood is against it, 1 is because they have rights, but 2, because we don't want to have, we're worried about safety and having a direct path to El Camino into our neighborhood. So respectfully, I request that they amend the maps and eliminate the path from Mercedes Avenue to El Camino Real. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aris.
Hello. I've been a resident of Los Altos for my entire life, and I've been going on that pathway since I was like a little kid. When I was really little, my parents would like take me along in one of those carriages. And I was really upset a few years back by what happened on the Palo Alto side. I realized that they negotiated and sort of preserved some of the trees, but even with that, the changes were so drastic and so distressing that I currently avoid that part of the path and instead loop around through the middle school there to avoid it. I am afraid of the same thing happening on the Los Altos side. I realize that there's been a lot of engagement on this. I realize that everyone is doing the best that they can, and I thank the city manager for trying very hard on our behalf. I feel kind of defeated at this point. Like, this license agreement at least sounds a lot better with that addendum than the initial one did. It sounds like that may even be like less rigorous than their landscaping policies as written. So if this preserves a lot of the trees, then I'm hopeful that maybe the best thing to do at this point is just to sign the license agreement so that we can maintain some agency. I know a lot of other people disagree with me on that, but I just wanted to request that the council and the staff work as hard as they can to save as many trees as they can, because this pathway is really important to a lot of people, and it's really important to me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nigel.
I just spoke a minute ago.
Yeah, you just spoke.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
Then it's John Tompane.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. I appreciate what everyone's doing on this, and I know these issues are complex. I'd like to clear the record on a couple of things. One is that the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission did not acquire this land through eminent domain. They do not actually own the land. It's a complex thing, but the surface rights are owned by all of the abutters, and that needs to be respected. I think we all view the path as a community amenity, but at the same time, we need to have our rights respected. And I would recommend to the council that we postpone any decisions until more community input is put in and that the abutters' rights are respected, and we come up with a solution that is amenable to community interest, social benefit, and the abutters' interest. And I will repeat what everyone else has said in that I think it was a mistake, but in the Complete Streets plan, there is an accurate map showing completion through to El Camino, and that can never happen and will never be agreed to by the abutters who own the surface rights. And so we need to get that out of the plan immediately and then work on a good solution for the existing path that meets both the community's needs and the abutters. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Larry.
How was that?
Hello?
We can hear you, Larry.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. So I was at the meeting last week, and I think the community had a great opportunity to do a lot of input there and talk with each other. As far as the signing of the agreement, I would urge the council to do that. I think that the staff led by Gabe and Manny has got a good handle on moving forward and getting the best result. As far as the Palo Alto section, I went through all the meetings with that, and I think the outcome there was not bad. It was actually a good compromise. And I think that we will get a similarly good result with our staff working with the PUC on Los Altos part. I use the bike path frequently. Many people in Los Altos use it. It's not just for the abutters and their concerns. I understand they do have concerns, but I think that the general welfare of the community should come first, and we should make sure that not only is this Los Altos section maintained and brought up to as best a possible outcome as it can, with also the extension. That would be fantastic if that could also be added, because I remember us going through that whole process previously, and we were all disappointed when that was not fully done. So if that could also happen, that'd be great. Thank you, and thank you to the council and to the staff and Gabe and all staff people.
Our next speaker is Robert. Robert, are you there? I don't hear Robert speaking. We'll go on to Carol Cooper.
Yes, I'm here, and I really appreciate the chance to speak tonight. I too appreciate the hard work of the staff, and I do understand that we are the last city in terms of agreeing to new standards, which the SFPUD has adopted. And I think that we have to realize that the interests go far beyond their charge to provide to maintain the conduits and to provide clean water. I think several other speakers have touched on the needs of the property owners adjoining the easement. And then of course, the public at large who really depends on that green belt for getting to work, for getting to school, for recreation. It's really a treasure. Now, I would respectfully request that the council delay approval of the agreement tonight until the public really has a chance to fully vet and understand what it would be. And I want to agree with Sybil. If we really see what's involved, I think it will help us be reassured that we're going to be able to preserve a beautiful environment. And if we all can come together and reason together, I think we're going to have a better solution. So I just want to quote something that Supervisor Joe Simitian said tonight. When we take time to involve the public, to hear each other and work together, the outcomes are always better. And I think delaying will give us a little time to have the council put in place a process where that can happen. Thank you very much.
I see Robert with his hands raised. Let's see if we can hear him. I see that you are unmuted, Robert. However, no audio is coming through. We'll let you keep troubleshooting. I believe my next speaker was Todd Bosch. He's back. Todd, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you for taking the input. I apologize in advance. I'm in the recovery room in Stanford Hospital right now, so the Wi-Fi is not so good. I just wanted to say a couple of things. Community involvement is key. Los Altos is a town that often prides itself on the respect that it pays all the citizens. And this agreement, as everyone has articulately pointed out, hasn't been signed for 7 years or 350 something weeks. Moving it 1 week to create a small, simple process of holding another meeting like we had the other night. We had over 100 people at that meeting the other night. If we held another meeting like that, we announced it to everyone. We put it the advertisement for it in the town crier and on the websites and on Nextdoor and on Facebook, because we have the facility to do that, and have everyone there or many people there, and have Gabe walk through the highlights of the key points that are so interesting and exciting now. We would be able to have real community involvement. There were probably another 100 people on the phone tonight that couldn't stay around past 10 o'clock and had to go to sleep or take care of their kids, get ready for work. I would also say this input session needs to be extended, or, as I say in my proposal, which is to have everybody come to a session and speak. Getting a small fraction of people to speak tonight is not giving you the full involvement that the community wants to have and feels strongly about. I would also like part of that to be the committee, a small committee gets put together to walk the bike path with Gabe and the SFPC, abutters and other residents, maybe 10 people, that's all. But we do get the community on that walk with Gabe and the SFPUC. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sanja.
Hi, thank you so much. And first, I want to respectfully just address the City Council and City Manager and thank you for the effort to hear our voices tonight. I think, as all of my neighbors have said, community input is essential, and I think that's what makes Los Altos such a great place to live in. But the reason why I have raised my hand tonight is to urge you not to sign the agreement tonight, precisely because there are still so many questions that need to be answered in terms of how this contract or agreement will be executed in a way that it minimizes negative impact on the community. I'm a relative newcomer to Los Altos, but one of the reasons why I have enjoyed so much living here is the greenery. And this bike path is truly one of the most beautiful green areas in our community. And it should be our goal to try to preserve it as it is to the best extent possible. So as I hear different proposals, I would love to know more. I would love to know if the city is planning to walk the path. What is going to be the methodology to determine which trees need to go and which trees need to stay? I would love to get more information about where the pipelines are and really get the expert assessment whether each tree needs to go and whether there is evidence about negative impact. So until those pieces are in place and until the community is informed, again, I would strongly urge you not to sign it tonight, and really have us gather as a community to come up with a solution that would work for everyone. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, there are no more public speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. I'd like to make a few comments and maybe propose a way forward. First of all, I know I have had conversations, and some of my colleagues may have had conversations with the city manager regarding the issue of the path that is shown on the Complete Streets Master Plan draft that shows a bike path with a green dashed line that's going from Mercedes across this part of this easement and out to El Camino. What staff, I think, has researched and concluded is that that is an artifact. It is old, it is obsolete, it is never going to happen, and it needs to be removed from that document, or some indication made that that's never going to be pursued. It's also listed on a table, and I think we can take that literally off the table. I trust that the city manager is taking care of that with staff to make sure that that is no longer carried forward and believed to be anything viable in any way, shape, or form. So I think we can, unless you want to say something further about it, Mr. England, I think I can.
Mayor, the only thing I would add is that the license agreement doesn't propose to build or improve anything. It's simply vegetation management on that area.
That's right. And so this issue really does not, this issue of the bike extension is technically not a part of this discussion, but it does come up because it does involve the easement or potential use of the easement. So I just wanted to take that off the table and reassure the community that that is really off the table and we don't have to think about it anymore. I think we have the following issues that we really have to address. One is that we don't have a map or any document that shows where the pipeline goes. And so there is grave uncertainty about how anything can be interpreted, or who's going to be interpreting what gets cut and how the vegetation plan gets applied when we don't have a map. The one map that was, or sketch map that was shown earlier as part of the slide presentation, seemed to show that the pipeline may go down the middle of the path, but we in fact don't know that. And so it was unclear to me, and perhaps Mr. England, you know, whether any of the exhibits that are currently missing from the draft agreement, and that includes all the exhibit Bs, exhibit C, D, and E, I think there's a couple others, but at least exhibit B appears to be, or exhibit C, something that would show the actual map of what the property is on which we are doing a license agreement. So I was actually pretty surprised that we didn't have a complete agreement, and I would not want to approve something. And I know we have two good attorneys sitting on this council as well as a good city attorney. I cannot imagine that any of us would want to approve an agreement when we didn't have the exhibits that are referred to in the licensing agreement itself. So whatever the holdup is with getting that from PUC, I think we need those before we can act on this agreement. And I would have to trust that one of those is going to be a map that shows where is the pipeline, understanding it's not going to be absolutely down to the inch, but at least a notion of, does it run down the middle of the path? Does it run down somewhere on, towards one side or the other or whatever? Because otherwise, trying to guesstimate as a resident or as a city council member, what kind of adjustments of the vegetation, and I'm using a euphemism on purpose, we would make, has to be based on where the pipeline goes, and we don't have any of that. And what this really all in the end comes down to is there going to be a strict reading of the vegetation agreement, as some of our people who comment tonight said, which would seem to indicate that there can be no trees anywhere on that easement that are greater than 20 feet tall or 20 feet wide. And if that strict reading is not true, then we have to deal with the trust of PUC is not really going to apply that strictly in that way. And how do we establish that level of trust for our community? Because I'm confident that the PUC will not walk the path with a bunch of residents. That's just something I can't imagine that they're willing to do. I know they will do it with staff, but we have to somehow deal with this trust issue. I'm going to stop there if anyone wants to add anything, but my ultimate proposal is going to be to defer this until we have a complete document. I don't know whether it's just a technical glitch that all those attachments didn't get put in there, but for no other reason than that, we need to defer this. Does anyone of my colleagues want to add anything? First, the city attorney has her hand raised, so she gets priority.
Okay. I'll start with, and I'd have to discuss this with the SFPUC legal counsel, but under the Homeland Security Act, major pipelines, major infrastructure, those remain confidential, and they are very protective of where certain major infrastructure is located. So I think that might be an issue because you don't want to have, you don't want to give anybody a roadmap to here's where you need to blow up our water system. That's one thing. The other thing is there were many speakers that were talking about abutters rights or these crossover rights and what happened way back when. Well, way back when I was a much younger city attorney, I was there, and I cannot get into the advice that I gave counsel at that time, but I can let people know that these are abutters rights. These are surface rights. They are not rights that can prohibit what the city and SFPUC can do on that pathway. And if these neighbors want to re-engage Diane Hanna and send another letter, I would be willing to consider that again. But surface rights are not rights that can prohibit the use of the trail. They're shared rights. They're not rights that are exclusive in terms of exclusive rights where you can, if you have an exclusive right to get to A and B and then C wants to use your road, you can say, no, you're not on that easement. So anyway, I just want to say, if these neighbors that believe that their abutters rights are superior to anything that the SFPUC has granted to us and through this use permit, I would love to review that again. And then I think those were my only, I did take a lot of notes, but those were a couple of things that I did want to point out. That if this gets continued, I welcome another letter about how these surface or quote unquote abutter rights are superior to or can prohibit any use of the trail or any expansion or improvement of the trail. That would be, I'd love to review that again. And I can check into exact maps of where the pipeline is, but I am concerned about, and I don't have it here at home, but there are certain exceptions to the Public Records Act about Homeland Security where major infrastructure is located. So those are my only comments.
And Mayor, just to add on to two of your comments, so when we talk about it, if SFPUC is going to require strict interpretation, right on their property, they have the final say on how they're going to interpret that. But the license agreement gives us clues onto what they're thinking. So if we look at the initial removal of vegetation encroachments, they're talking about 15 feet from either side of their pipeline, including limbs, branches in the airway. They've said after the initial 15-foot clearing, they will meet with staff and look at everything else. Ultimately, again, it's their property, so they can decide how to maintain it. We want to influence that decision to retain, preserve as much as possible. And the comment about trust, I agree with. I think I don't know if I said at the meeting or not, SFPUC contacted me about this before I was actually sworn in as city manager. They've been working on this for a long time and they don't trust us, right? So we need to establish trust with them as well to show that we're a responsible licensee and caretaker of their property and that we're maintaining it in standards that won't harm their infrastructure. They've agreed to walk the site with us, to mark the site with us. They're not going to meet with the neighborhood group. In fact, they put in the license before you tonight that the licensee, our city, is responsible to notify landowners and to do all outreach. So we kind of know where we're going to be at, and I think the addendum is helpful. The agreement's pretty simple, but ultimately on their property, the choice for us is do we want access and can we influence how it's maintained? We can't negotiate or dictate how they maintain their property.
Gabe, I'd ask you to look at, and maybe city council, also the Jolie, that is city attorney, 7E, which allows the licensee to mark the location of the pipeline. And so maybe that plays into this question of, where is it? Let me go now next to my colleague, Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that we're going to continue this item, but I also am clear that SFPUC will not be interested in having residents along with walking the path. But since we are continuing this item, I was hoping that from now to our next meeting, we can get an opportunity to have our staff walk the path and gather further input as to helping to clarify which vegetation is very important in what we would like to see protected, because we're so unclear on where the pipeline is, and just listening to what their concerns are as well, instead of just having a picture, would be very helpful. So, if we could have that walkabout that prior to our next meeting, when we discuss this further, that would be appreciated.
So, Mayor, if I could
Please, go ahead.
So 7E is in discussion of excavation work. So if we're doing specific excavation, we need to mark the pipeline and any infrastructure that's there. We've walked the Hetch Hetchy Trail portion that we own several times. We have a pretty decent idea of what we think SFPUC will do, but ultimately, right, we don't know exactly where the pipeline's at. We need them to mark it. We need to talk with them about is it 15 feet from the pipeline at all times, or if they have additional infrastructure, there's certain sections that are 20 feet. So I think when we talk about what we know, we know quite a bit, but ultimately we don't get to execute a lot of this. And I think that's why we hear frustration from the residents is they want Los Altos to take actions that if this was our pipeline on our property, we would certainly be doing, but it's not our pipeline on our property. So we can ask and request, but the property owner doesn't have to be responsive.
Okay, then can I amend my request? Perhaps we can have a special meeting where we walk, it could be the council walking with staff, so I can better, or the council members can better understand what we are dealing with out at the site. We can get a clearer picture of what we are talking about. I can see all these visuals on the pictures, but perhaps we should have a special meeting at the site and that would be helpful for me.
I think Manny and I would be happy to walk with individual council members. I don't think holding a special meeting that would be open to the public would probably have the outcome intended here. But I do think walking with myself and our Parks and Recreation Director when you're on the ground, especially when you can see with tape measures and everything out there, I do think it's helpful. We're happy to do that at any time. And we're happy to do it with residents too.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. And of course, I want to start out by thanking all the residents that showed up tonight and that stayed with us till what's now 11:30 p.m. Thanks also to all the residents that came out last week for the community meeting. As many people have said, that's what Los Altos is all about. We're about community engagement, listening to our residents. And so the feedback you've been providing has been very helpful as we move forward and determine what our next steps are. I definitely think because SFPUC obviously agreed to continue this item and not require us to consider it tonight, that's a positive sign. And so for me, it's what do we do with this time? And we heard several recommendations from residents. And I think one of the key recommendations is figuring out if there's a way for SFPUC to mark the pipeline and identify what vegetation and or trees fall within the 15-foot and the 25-foot area. I understand that SFPUC has indicated, and it's part of the draft license agreement, that they will only work directly with staff and any communication with the general public should be done by the city. And so maybe this requires a two-step process because a lot of the concerns that we're hearing relate to unanswered questions or unknowns, where residents aren't sure what vegetation, if any, may be impacted. And so I really think it's worth asking SFPUC to see if they will walk with our staff and point out the pipeline and also where the vegetation may fall. I have been to the bike path. I've been out to the bike path with a couple of residents. This came up this more recent time, but still having the SFPUC staff there, I think will be very helpful because I don't think our staff has that information. Now, if our staff asked SFPUC and their response is no, at least we tried, right? I will say, I reached out to the mayor's office last week and they were immediately responsive. I think SFPUC staff has been very responsive, and I also want to take this opportunity to thank them and thank the mayor's office. But I think we need to figure out, can we get the answers that our residents are asking? Can we form a group that can do the walk, either two-step, or staff with SFPUC staff and then our staff with the residents? Is there a way for us to do it? If there isn't, then at least we tried, right? And I think that's what the residents are asking us to do, to see if we can get this additional information. The last thing I will mention with regards to timing, I don't know, Gabe, and maybe you could answer this, because the Councilmember Lee Eng had mentioned a special meeting. I don't support a special meeting where all council members, but as to timing, if there is really a way to figure out how to do it where different council members are able to see it with you, and that's something we can discuss offline, because I do think it would be valuable to have each council member, if we're able to get SFPUC to mark these areas, I do think it would be valuable to figure out how each council member is able to walk the path with our staff and see these different markings. Again, I think it's worth trying. I support the ask. I think we should reach out to SFPUC and see what they say, right? This is community feedback, and I'm very supportive of seeing how much we can respond to before we move forward and consider this agreement. So that's where I am, Mayor. I'm happy to hear SFPUC was okay continuing this. And I think we should take advantage of this time to get the additional information that's being requested. And that I actually think will be helpful to us as the governing body to make our decisions.
Are you comfortable with the license agreement without the attachments, the exhibits?
No, I have that flagged. No, it's part of getting all the information.
I just wanted to be sure whether I had support on that, that ask and that requirement.
So, Mayor, if I could respond to the second
Sure.
piece, staff's always available, so we can schedule individual with council members or two at a time, however we want to do that. With the first one, SFPUC has outlined when they will mark the trail, when they will meet with staff, and how that happens. So for clarity, if council would like me to go back and ask that, what we're asking is for a change to the proposed license. We're negotiating back. They've said they will do this after the license is executed. We're asking them to do it before the license is executed.
Yes, Mr. England, that would be very much appreciated. At least that's, I don't know if there's a majority or more
Well,
support for that.
Sorry, Councilor Flagger. That's what I was asking.
You know where I am, so let me go back on mute.
Let me go to the next council member, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually was going to say substantially the same thing that Nisa just said. Gabe, it makes all the sense in the world to go to the utility and ask them if they will walk the trail with city staff, identify exactly what they are expecting us to clear cut or push back or whatever they want us to do. Once staff has that information, that can be shared with individual council members. And just as, if not more importantly, staff can walk the trail and give the same information to residents. I think that information really is critical. And I have a hard time imagining that the utility would give a lot of pushback on this. I mean, it's something that they're planning on doing anyway. And I think that it's a logical request. Whether they do it before or after the agreement is signed, I don't see why they would care about that. There's one other matter, though, that I want to bring up. I've had some conversations with members of the public, and these members have told me, oh, so-and-so told me that you were going to vote this way. That's really disturbing. I know and I trust all of us on the council do not commit to voting a certain way until we have gathered all the information that we need. We have had our debate in public, except for those rare items where we have to have a closed session, and haven't had an opportunity to hear from the public through public comment and other means that they have of contacting us. And I would make a general statement to the public at large that if someone is telling you that I'm going to vote a certain way on any agenda item, ask yourself, who is this person and why are they telling you that? Because no one knows how I am going to vote, because I don't know how I am going to vote until after we have had debate. That's simply the way it goes. And to anyone who is telling other people, oh, Weinberg's going to vote this way or someone else is going to vote that way, stop it. If you want to have a discussion with me, it's easy to reach me. It's easy to reach any of us. Email, telephone, whatever method of communication you want. But these sorts of rumors, these sorts of tactics, they need to stop.
Councilmember, I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Councilmember Flagger.
And the answer is yes, of course. That was something I was going to bring up as well.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll get closer to the computer. So I can support where I sense this direction is going. Of course, we haven't had a vote yet, and I do want to be sure that Gabe and Manny are able to accommodate whichever direction we're going. That's a lot of walking, but you know, hey, it's aerobic exercise, I guess. So that's good. I do want to point out that, I mean, I don't know if you can give us a warning of this, but at some point, the SFPUC is going to say, you know, guys, we're done working with you. Forget about it. We're going to do our own thing. You lost your chance. So that's the worst case scenario, is we lose access to this for the community, and we lose the ability to actually have any influence on what is done in the pathway. So I really think we need to have a balance in our perspective that we want this to be a collaborative process. It cannot go on for another 7 years or 7 months, I suspect. We have got to acknowledge that we've got to work with them. And if not, they'll just do it their way. And we're all going to come out shorter for that approach. So let's be careful and thoughtful, because I think we within the community, that includes council staff and all the residents, we want the same thing, but we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot and lose this opportunity. That is just would be a tragedy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll address one point there. When we talk about the delay in signing, I think a lot of the public doesn't know that at some point a couple of years ago, they told us that until the license agreement was updated, they'd no longer approve any improvements in the right-of-way or access. So we've actually not been able to make ADA improvements that are required, or ADA improvements that are requested. They said they wouldn't do that until the license agreement was executed. To show where the relationship's at today, we're friendlier now. We're on texting terms after 11 o'clock, so that's pretty good. But they also said, listen, they don't want to harm the vulnerable residents in Los Altos who want access, so they agreed to approve the ADA permit work in exchange for council considering this item tonight. So the relationship is not in a great spot. It's improving, but I think to the Vice Mayor's point, they've been very close to just ending negotiations, and I don't know how far away from that position they are today.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where the 7 years come from, but I came back in December of 19, and this was it was an issue, and we were looking into it. So, I mean, that's 3 years. I don't know what happened before that. I don't know where the 7 years came from, because there was a gap, but I do know that we have tried to negotiate, and Gabe's right. We want to make improvements, and we want it to be ADA compliant well. And so I think where we started back in, at least for me, in 2019 to where we are now, we do have a better agreement, and I think we have a better understanding of what they expect from us and what they want us to do.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is take a motion to continue this. Mr. England, do you think it's reasonable to continue this for 2 weeks? And will we be able to get the requisite information?
Mayor, I don't think we need a motion for that.
Okay.
I will bring it back at the next council meeting, and I think I have clear direction as well.
All right. Any final comments from anyone?
Mayor, I would like clarification.
Yep, go ahead.
We said we'd bring it back for the next meeting, but would that be sufficient time to get the markings that we needed? And then hearing from SFPUC and giving council members an opportunity to walk with staff. I don't know if that's sufficient amount of time.
So
And I agree with Councilmember Lee Eng, Mayor. I prefer to keep it open-ended and ensure that we get all the things done.
Well, then I would request a motion for continuance to specify what you're directing staff to do if it's not going to be a date certain. This isn't a public hearing, but it's a date certain, and what you expect staff to do and meet with the public, meet with SFPUC. And so at least we have a motion for clarification in case there's questions from the neighbors or in the future. So I would actually like a motion to be clear.
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, Councilmember Flagger, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Mr. England before we put a motion on the floor, whether or not SFPUC in agreeing tonight to continue it, if they gave us a new date that we need to consider it by.
To the next meeting. So again, what I've got clear direction on what council would like. We've been fairly successful at this. This is our job. So SFPUC may agree to mark the trail, they may not. If they agree to mark the trail, then that'll push out when it comes back. If they don't, then it's going to come back real quick. But we're balancing, again, not just the request of council, but the request of the property owner as well. So I think we have clear direction, but a lot of when this comes back actually is based on how SFPUC responds.
Yes. Councilmember Lee Ing, did you have something else?
Yeah, so my question would be to city manager is that I wonder if we can just extend it and hopefully you can convey how important it is and not that we not rush it. And that way, you know, we don't have to keep extending it and having it on our agenda and push for an extension. But if we could just perhaps do it, not the next meeting, but the meeting after, and then.
Just to clarify, Councilmember Lee, I think the only thing I wanted to change on the motion is right. We just have a motion with the direction on it. If that's where we're going, that talks about the importance of it to the city council and authorizes us to work more with SFPUC and bring it back when appropriate.
Yes.
Worried about
Okay.
the date.
Okay. Yeah, when appropriate. Correct.
Yeah, this isn't a public hearing. We don't have to do this as a date certain. I would urge all of my colleagues, if you want to walk this, that you not wait until there's potentially any sort of marking. It's pretty easy. I've gone out there with my walking poles and my replaced hip and a tape measure and done my own measuring. So if I can do that all by myself, folks can go out there with staff without too much delay and eyeball what's going on a presumption, again, a presumption that the pipeline basically runs down the middle of the easement. And if it doesn't, then, you know, we got to make adjustments, but it's not that terribly difficult to do. So I would urge you to do it sooner rather than later. And the second thing, and I think we all can endorse this concept, Mr. England has managed to move mountains in a number of different circumstances, and he's got a big mountain here and it's shifted. So I think we have confidence in his ability to do the best and to make the judgment and know where, as Vice Mayor Meadows put it, kind of where's the push point beyond which you can't push anymore or you're going to lose the whole benefit. And I think we have to trust Mr. England's knowledge and skills and experience in that regard. And Mr. Hernandez is present with his hand up. But would you like to contribute here?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to mention that there are some remnant markings of the pipelines that identify the actual 55-inch pipeline and the 90-inch pipeline that's going through there. And yes, in some places it goes right down the middle of the trail, but it doesn't wind with it. So there are some things that we can more than make assumptions on. So yes, as City Manager England was saying, if any of the council members would want to take a walk with us, I can probably give you a good idea of at least a framework of where that's going to be and where those distances are.
That's really, really helpful. I may get out there and rewalk it with you with your additional knowledge. So thank you for adding that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Manny, with the statement you just made then, in the event that the utility is not willing to walk the path with staff prior to signing the license, is staff willing to have an open session at the location with the public and have that walk with the public so that the public really understands what it is we believe is going to be asked by the SFPUC?
So, Councilmember Weinberg, we're always happy to meet and walk with the public. We have one of the areas where we try to be careful is they get to apply the vegetation management plan as they see appropriate. So we try hard to say these are the zones, but it's hard to speculate outside of that first 15 feet. Some of the interpretations they're going to make. But to your point, we're happy to walk and show what the zones are.
Yes, and the license agreement says the city, which is SFPUC, the licensor has ultimate say in the vegetation plans and all of that. So
Okay, so what I'm hearing then is that if the utility goes out there and they walk with staff and then staff communicates to council and the public, here's what the utility wants to keep, here's what it doesn't, that's more or less set in stone. If the utility does not do that ahead of time, then anyone that hears from staff, whether it be a council member or a member of the public or a member of the media or my dog Owen, should take whatever staff says kind of with a grain of salt, probably get it about 75% right, but there's likely to be some surprises. Great, thank you.
I think that was helpful clarification. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. So I think that
are we making a motion?
No, we're not going to make a motion.
Okay.
I think we're clear on the record. So moving to the next item, which is going to be the last item for this evening, our commission appointments. And Mr.
Mayor,
Rodriguez.
we still have the emergency declaration.
I believe that we didn't say we were going to take that up.
We didn't
Pardon
say
me.
we were going
You're
to
right. You're right. Number 4, we said we were going to do following the PUC. My apologies. Yes, emergency declaration next, and then the commission appointments.
And I'll be quick, Mayor, since I pulled it and I gave Ms. England a heads up. I actually went back and watched the meeting where we discussed this. And my understanding is, staff applying certain criteria would determine when it's safe for us to go back. And so I wanted to check in with staff, knowing what we know today. And I actually checked in with a couple of people. I think it's looking much better. I think we're meeting all the metrics that we had identified for us going back to in-person meetings. And so I would like to propose going back in October for our first October meeting. But Mr. England, could you talk to whether or not you think we're ready to go back?
And would you refresh our memory for the sake of the public about what those metrics were?
That's Mayor, our assistant city manager, John Maginot, is the expert on this, and he is not with us tonight. So I apologize. I actually can't update the metrics. I don't know.
Because I have to tell you that looking at the sewage data, I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah, I just heard there's a new variant coming. There's a new variant.
Mayor, I think for the item, and we received this as one of the questions from another council member. I think council's able to agendize this and we can talk through it. I will say last time it came up, city staff was in a bad way at that point. Staff-wise, I can say we're doing much better today than we were then. I would have to do some research to determine the metrics, but I do believe the county and several agencies within Santa Clara County are either considering this or have moved to hybrid.
And the other consideration, of course, would be, is staff prepared to operate the hybrid technology?
Mayor, we've completed the council chambers. We've had 2 run-throughs at this point on hybrid, one successful, but still we're getting better. I think there's whenever we ultimately come back, there's going to be some issues with that. But I think for this request, if it's supported, we should put it on the agenda and let both our assistant city manager, but also our IT manager address these issues.
Would they both be available for the next meeting?
I really hope so. They should be, yes.
As far as we know, Mr. Maginot will be back from his ventures.
Yes.
Hopefully, well.
And I'll just
Councilmember
finish.
Weinberg?
Can I just finish, Mayor, just to say I appreciate
ahead.
that, and I definitely support agendizing this for our next meeting, assuming staff is available. But you know, part of this too is, and I know there are other governing bodies considering it at this time, but part of this too is we're all out and about in the community and residents are seeing us. And so it's really hard for us to argue, oh, you know, the sewage data and all this, it doesn't show progress, or there's a new variant that we're hearing about, when the residents see all of us out and about attending events. And so I look forward to staff coming back and giving us the actual data and doing the presentation, and hopefully staff is ready for us to be back in person. But that's one of the many reasons why I brought it up tonight. So thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Councilmember Weinberg?
Thank you, Mayor. It's my recollection that we had intended to go back to at least hybrid meetings after the summer break. And the only reason we didn't do that was because staff had illnesses, and I think it was COVID related, so the resources weren't there. But if I'm correct about that, do we really need to agendize this?
Well,
I'm going to go based on what the city manager said, which I think means we do.
Well, I think Councilmember Weinberg, I think council would have to not complete the emergency extension, which is what the actual item that we're discussing is. Right? Councilmember Feiger is saying no.
We should ask the city attorney, but the emergency declaration it's a just in case. It doesn't require us to actually meet remotely. We should do it regardless of what we decide to do tonight.
No, the emergency declaration allows us to meet remotely without posting our homes and all of that under the normal Brown Act. It gives us that exception to the Brown Act where you all, if you call in from your home or your mother's home or your brother's home, you don't have to post their address. So if we go to a hybrid meeting and people call in, you're going to have to post your house where you're calling in, and because we don't have any safeguards. I mean, right now, the way the statutes are, unless I'm forgetting something, but you would have to post your home address or your.
Right, and for that matter, I think right now we're only talking about the council going back to hybrid or in-person meetings. We still have commissions, council subcommittees that are Brown acted, and any other Brown acted body in the city that's going to need that resolution.
Well, yes, I do recall that we said we would go first. We would be the guinea pigs to get any bugs out before we ask the commissions to go back.
So we do need that resolution.
Yeah, and there is something in the council norms or the commission handbook that the commissions, absent the COVID regulations, they are not allowed to teleconference. We passed that a while ago, way back when. So that is something we'd have to also look at.
I think even though it's become clear now, for clarity, I was saying anything we did tonight would have to be tied to the actual agenda item. So I think why staff is saying we should agendize this so we can have a broader discussion about how we want to meet, what hybrid looks like, if it's only council, if it's boards and commissions, et cetera.
So, but are we, if we say we're going to agendize that for the next meeting, are we still covered by an emergency order between now and then, or do we need to take an action tonight to continue the emergency order, which is my understanding?
That's correct.
You need to adopt this emergency order.
Then I'm going to move that we adopt the emergency order for another 30 days. We can always change our mind at the next meeting, and that we agendize this item for the next meeting, which I know the city manager will love because we already have a full agenda. So
yes, and I just checked the commission handbook and it's on page 8 that it says commissions shall not participate with teleconferencing. So that's another thing we're going to have to look at if we go hybrid. So just a heads up.
Councilmember Lee Eng has her hand up.
I'd be glad to second the motion.
Okay. Any further comment? Okay, City Clerk?
Members of the council, if you agree to accept consent item 4, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed.
Sally, you sound pathetic. I'm so sorry. Thank you, City Clerk. So we'll now go to our appointment of commissions, commission members. And perhaps, I'm sorry, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I was going to say, usually we have Mr. Maginot, and he would have a mechanism for us to.
I was just going to ask Mr.
Okay.
Rodriguez whether
Yeah.
he has arranged a voting mechanism for us for tonight.
I have just emailed out the your voting ballots for tonight's appointments. It's laid out by the vacancies available, the persons that applied for them, and some empty slots for you to fill in if desired. And I believe this has been the exercise we've done in the past. Once you take a minute and you select your
But we
choices.
usually discuss first before we vote.
Yes.
Well, you can discuss once you're ready to vote. Save the file, add your initials at the end of it, and you're going to forward it in to Gabe, and he's going to assist me in tallying up whatever votes come in from you guys.
Okay. I'm going to point something out that I apologize that the city clerk was apparently not informed about. And that is that we had an applicant for the Design Review Commission who does not live in the city and is therefore not eligible.
Oh,
and so
okay.
that name should have been struck from the ballot.
Yeah. And just I'm catching Sally's I'm catching Sally's voice. Just for members of the public, these ballots, they're not secret. They are available to the public as public records. But this is just how we perform the voting. But it's not secret balloting, and they are public records. And anyone that wants to see them can request to see them.
Right. So we do have a situation where we have no applicants for Parks and Rec. So we won't be voting on that one. I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor and take comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to actually make that comment myself, but I wanted to make another. So we know there's going to be some recruitments we're not going to be able to fill because for both Parks and Rec, Historic, and Public Arts, which I was surprised to see that we'd actually recruited for, because I didn't remember that, but it's included, I think, on this list. We're not going to fill those recruitments. Sorry. And so we really need to focus, in my opinion, I'm just expressing my opinion right now, to make sure the commissions have quorums so that they can conduct their business. Right now, I think the only one that doesn't have a quorum, if we didn't do any appointments, I know we're not saying we're not doing any appointments, but the math shows that the Historic Commission doesn't have a quorum, and in fact wouldn't be fully recruited anyway because we got fewer applicants than openings. So I personally am going to focus on quorums because we as a council know, and I'll mention this when we get to future agenda items, know that we're going to be looking at revisiting the scope of our commissions and remit and etc. So I don't think that we need to appoint to full capacity. We should certainly, of course, make sure there's quorum and maybe robustness around the quorum, but we're going to be looking at all sorts of things to do with the commission. So I don't think we need to aim to fill. And I propose, regardless of what happens tonight, that with these openings, we shouldn't do another recruitment when we know we're going to be, making changes and thinking about it. So let's put make whatever appointments tonight, put a moratorium, because we're going to take up this issue again. I'll bring it up if someone else doesn't in future agenda items. And so let's do what we need to do tonight to make sure the commissions have a quorum and are functional. And because we're not going to be able to fill all the recruitments anyway, because we're lacking in at least 3 of the commissions. So that's what I just wanted to say before we vote.
Right. So what you would be advocating for is that we not re-advertise for Parks and Rec, and we not re-advertise for Arts Commission. Because
yes,
because they are both functioning and have quorums.
And plenty of room around the quorums, yes.
Is there general concurrence among my colleagues? Councilmember Lee Ing and then Councilmember Weinberg.
I need to take a break to print out this document because I just need it printed in order to actually be able to use it as well. So when we submit it, so I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, before we submit it, we'll be sure we give you a break. Councilmember Weinberg. You're still muted, Mr. Weinberg.
Oh, I'm sorry, forgive me. I was raising my hand. I was giving a thumbs up to show concurrence with what the vice mayor suggested.
Okay, and then I can't see Councilmember Flagger. Can you nod? You're okay with that? All right. So, City Clerk, would you please take note that the Parks and Recreation Commission seat will remain open because it lacks any qualified candidates, that the Art Commission will have a seat that remains open because it lacks any qualified candidates. And then how would you all like to proceed with respect to the others? I would propose that with, the way I'm looking at this Historical Commission, that we would appoint the 3 applicants. That leaves us still short 1, but it gives a good boost to that commission, which really needs some expertise. And then that we discuss the Design Review and Planning Commission candidates. Is there anyone would like to do something different than that? Seeing any particular whatever, so I guess we'll proceed that way. We usually do discuss the candidates. Is there anyone who would like to go first and make comments about the Design Review candidates? Although in that circumstance, again, the 3rd candidate listed, Urvashi, is not a resident and is not qualified. And so we could choose to appoint the 2 candidates to the 2 open seats and then move to the Planning Commission discussion. Mr. Weinberg.
With respect to the Design Review candidates, I gotta say, I was really impressed with Stuart Klein. Very impressed with him. I honestly think that he would be a better fit in planning than in Design Review.
Councilmember Lee Ing.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that he would be well suited for Design Review because I think of all his experience with designs. So I think he would be better served in adding to the Design Review Commission.
Council Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think, sorry, we had a bit of a clerical thing with Mr. Klein. His main interest was in Planning Commission. And, but he got, because that's what it said in his application, though apparently he had 2 applications, but the one that was in our packet was the Planning Commission. And that was the one he really filled out. And so he did also indicate design review, but he wasn't really in the design review column. So we have Mr. Klein, who was interested in both planning commission and design review. The same was true of Ms. Disney, who also said design review and financial, but we're not recruiting for that. So there are some applicants who could go either way, but I did feel that Mr. Klein's large scale projects like our own community center and then the JCC in Palo Alto were not design review focused, in my opinion, having served on design review and single family homes, but were more applicable to planning commission.
Yes, my take on this, looking at the two commissions, is that when I look forward at what's planning's big job going to be for this term, at least for the next 2 years. And then we'll have some other people terming out, I think. But the big lift is going to be overhauling the general plan and the zoning code in conformance with the housing element. And that's a big lift. And when I look at that lift, I have every reason to believe that Commissioner Ahi has made good contributions, and I'm generally predisposed to reappoint incumbents unless there's some compelling attendance issue. And when I look at who has background that can be the most helpful at that task, I have to look at Kate Disney, who previously served on the Planning Commission, and it would be great to have her back because she knows exactly what goes on and she's been through a general plan review. Would be terrific experience to have. And Terry Couture, who served on the Planning Commission for the county. So I don't know how you get better qualification for the actual tasks that we need than that complement of folks. Although I agree with you, I think Mr. Klein brings a lot to the table. When I look at what the real job's going to be like looking forward, I see people who've done this before as being more helpful. Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll speak to the Planning Commission as well. Of course, Commissioner, former Chair Ahi should be reappointed, not just because of the fact that he's an incumbent, but just because of all the work and his contributions and the value he adds to the commission. I also think Joe Beninato, and so for me, hearing Stuart Klein also express interest in the Planning Commission, and we have Joe Beninato, two individuals who I think have not served on the Planning Commission, but would add so much value. For me, I would choose Joe over Stuart Klein. And then for the third seat, because I do think there's value in having someone who doesn't have that in-depth experience. They bring a fresh perspective. They bring other skill sets to the table. And I think that's going to be very important when we do the housing element update. The housing element update isn't just about plans and knowing the technical side. Having the skills that Joe Beninato demonstrated in his application, I think will be very helpful as we go through that process. And for me, I just listening to my colleagues, Vice Mayor and Councilmember Weinberg, I'm torn because my number 3 is Kate Disney because she served on the Planning Commission. And I do value that experience, and so she wouldn't be starting from scratch. But I also hear why they think Stuart Klein could also be valuable on the Planning Commission. But coming in, my 3 were Commissioner Ahi, Joe Beninato, and Kate Disney. And I went back and forth on Joe Beninato and Stuart Klein and ended up with Joe because I do think he would add a little bit more based on his skill set, and then have Stuart on the Design Review Commission and maybe have him reapply to the Planning Commission in a future period. So that's where I am thinking right now on the Planning Commission.
I got to tell you, I would take Stuart over Joe on the Planning Commission, in part for just background. I really think we need someone that's got a stronger background. And although, Joe's experience mostly was trying to get something approved at planning. And that to me is not necessarily anywhere near what Mr. Klein brings to the party. So I would be inclined to support your your selections of Mr. Aki, Stuart, and Kate.
And just to respond to that, I am decided on Maroos and Joe, because I appreciate Joe's skill set and experience. It may not be planning, but I do think it'll be valuable in the bigger discussions that Planning Commission will have over the next couple of years. And then again, I'm trying to decide between Kate Disney, because I appreciate her experience on the Planning Commission and what I've heard my colleagues say about Stuart Klein. So those two are definitely getting my vote, Joe and Maroos, and I'm trying to decide who gets my third vote.
Okay. Does anybody else want to try and be persuasive about anything here? I have to tell you that for temperamental purposes, in terms of being able to work as a team, I cannot vote for Joe. I just can't do it.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Mr. Weinberg.
I'm have really been struggling with Kate Disney. I struggled with her application. I read it far more than any of the other applications and reread very closely. And I listened intently at her interview. Her passion is unquestioned. Her knowledge, I think, is useful, but I felt like she was coming with a mindset that's not what the commission needs right now. And I honestly am inclined to appoint Ms. Disney to the DRC. I would switch Ms. Disney and Mr. Klein. That's where I am right now.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may.
I'm sorry, I'm flipping around
Okay.
things. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I actually, I will say I'm thinking of only making 2 appointments to historic. If you talk about, you mentioned temperament. I think we have to make sure that whoever we appoint to any of these commissions will be careful and thoughtful with our residents. So anyway, so that would be an influence on me on the appointments that I will make on Historic Commission.
Yeah, I have no hesitations with any of the 3 people in that regard when it comes to conduct on the commission, having observed the one person who has served previously on a commission and how they conducted themselves on the commission. They were very, very professional. And it was during the time that I was on the Downtown Buildings Committee. I didn't see eye to eye with that person on a number of things. A number of things, but was always professional in their conduct. So let's see, anybody else? Councilmember Lee Eng?
I guess after the comment the vice mayor made, I hope she's mindful of that when she votes for other commission. So I just would be concerned that you're not going to be mindful of that in other areas.
Well, we all experience people differently, so.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
So if there's nothing else, I think we should each mark our ballot. We're gonna take a 5-minute break at this point. Mark ballots, take your bio break, and get your ballots back to Mr. Rodriguez.
Some to me, Mayor.
Pardon me?
City Manager England.
City
Some
Manager,
ballots.
my apologies. We're gonna email these back to Mr. England. And I'm gonna go off camera for the moment to do mine.
Recording stopped.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I think we have everybody back. Thank you all. We will put over items.
And Mayor, did we want to take public comments?
On
this item?
On the voting?
On commission appointment?
Yeah, you should take comments on the agenda item.
Okay. Thank you.
If there's anyone out
there.
there.
If there's anyone who wants to speak about the commission appointments, please raise your hand. And the city clerk will call on you.
There appears to be one, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Would you like the timer up, or can
I don't think it's necessary.
Miss Roberta Phillips, are you there?
Yes, hi, guys. I will stay up till the end, as long as I can. So in relationship to the Planning Commission, Marouche has done a really good job. I don't agree with him on all times, but he gets along and works well as a group. So I'm positive on him. I've been with the city long enough to know that Kate Disney is a really thoughtful person who knows the process. And like the mayor said, they're going to be dealing with the zoning change over the years on the housing element. And, that experience is really good, which Terry Couture has from the county on working on the Planning Commission there. And I think experience really, really will make a big difference. Stuart Klein, I know, worked on the community center, so I certainly can see him on the design review rather than on planning, because his expertise is more in design than is in the planning. So those are, I think you have some good candidates. I do agree that the Historic Commission has, 3 people, they need people, and all the people are good people. So I'd like to see them, get on so that you have a quorum. I agree with Sally on that. I'm, as you know, concerned about Joe Bacinato, who I don't think he has a tolerance for hearing different points of view. I think he has his point of view. He's very committed to his own point of view, but I don't think that he's willing to negotiate and listen to other people. He likes to fight with other people, but he doesn't like to listen to other people. So that's what I have to say. And I know it's going to be your choice. So good luck. Bye.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pete Daly.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Late. I'm a Parks and Rec commissioner, but I'm speaking as an individual resident, and I want to just speak up on behalf of another resident, a friend of mine, Joe Bacinato, who I think has been unfairly maligned tonight. And I just want to put it out there that nobody's ever accused him of making anything up or misrepresenting things or doing some of the things that have brought attention to other folks. And Joe's always, in my view, been a very considerate person of all the issues, and I like the way his mind works, and I think he works well with other people. I think those that are maligning him just perhaps don't agree with the points of view that he represents. So thanks. Please support Joe.
Mayor, that concludes our public speakers. Oh, I just saw a hand come up.
Yes, I see another hand.
John, are you there?
I would just like to say that I never in a million years thought I would be up at 12:30 in the morning listening to a council meeting. And I just appreciate that every one of you give your time to do this, because it's above and beyond. And I just want to thank you.
Thank you for staying with us and for your comments earlier this evening too.
You guys all have a wonderful evening. Thanks.
Good night.
Now there are no more public comments.
And when Mr. England puts his video back on, we'll know he has tabulated the results.
1 second.
There he is. Oh, almost.
He must be getting his second or third or fourth win by now. He actually looked awake. He likes math.
That is a backhanded compliment if I have ever received one. Okay, so reporting out for design, I'm sorry, I have not done this before. Do I report the number of votes or just who was
Why don't you
selected?
just report who?
Design Review Commission, Chippy Mantika and Stuart Klein. Planning Commission, Mehrous Ahi, Joe Beninado, Kate Disney. Historical Commission, Lisa Coe and Jonathan Adams.
Okay. Thank you very much. And as we said earlier, we will defer the remaining items to our next meeting. Do we have any other urgent business that needs to be conducted? Vice Mayor, your hand is up.
Yeah, did you want to do future agenda items? Because I mentioned I would bring up the commission agenda item for future, because I think, we keep, or at least I keep referring to it, and we need to make sure the public understands,
That's
where-
something Gabe and I have already got it calendared.
Okay.
Just so you know.
All right, great. I will note.
Councilmember Flagger?
So again, I'm just going through the motions if it's already on the agenda, since we discussed it earlier, the return to hybrid.
Yes.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to do a PSA on a teen substance use prevention event that LASD, the County of Santa Clara, and the City of Los Altos are all co-sponsoring. This is on October 4th. From 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the library. So please spread the word. I expect that the city will be issuing the actual flyer. So please circulate it. I'm very excited that we're able to co-sponsor this event. I heard about it. I heard LASD and the county were working on it. So I reached out to see if the city could get involved. So please, if you're listening, let your teens know. Please spread the word. Thank you.
I'm sure the city manager can get that into his weekly report. Councilmember Lee Eng?
Just a reminder, our teen center opens this Friday. So it's a grand opening. So let all your neighborhood teens know. Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to note that Rosh Hashanah starts next week. I believe Sunday night. So for those who are celebrating along with me, Shana Tova, and for Yom Kippur, have a safe and easy fast.
Thank you, and best to you on your holidays. Vice Mayor?
I was going to ask my colleagues, I'm not sure how many of us are or we're planning on going to the CSA lunch tomorrow, but if you'd rather I didn't attend, given I was planning to attend, I could wear a mask. But I mean, it's just a cold, but I still don't want to spread it. So I'll be sitting at your table if I go there. Does anyone want me not to sit at the table? Anita's not
with you, Vice Mayor.
What's that?
Look forward to sitting with you.
I'll bring a mask. It's just a cold, promise. I'll test in the morning again.
Anything else? Mr. England, do you have any final comments before we adjourn tonight?
No reports tonight, Mayor.
All right, with that, we will be adjourned at 12:34. Thank you all.
Recording stopped.